Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Everybody can hear me okay? Yes? Perfect. Okay, great. All right, we're going to pick up where we left off, and not a lot of, there's no activity with this one, no lab activity, but there is the next module, the next lesson. So when we get to that, you'll have quite a bit of lab to do. We'll try to get to that as quickly as possible. And that's the fun stuff. All right, listen to me is boring, I know. All right, so we're going to talk about trend data analytics. All right, and data analytics involves applying analytical and statistical techniques to data sets to uncover patterns that inform decision making. And while examining individual events can yield specific insights, analyzing aggregated data, correlated data reveals broader security trends. So we can identify both current and emerging trends and anticipate future cyber defense needs and develop proactive countermeasures, honestly, before incidents occur. All right. Now, trend analysis does depend on a sufficient volume and variety of relevant data. All right. And sources for this can be internal or external, internal through network traffic monitoring tools, intrusion detection and prevention systems, endpoint detection and response or extended detection and response logs, system event and application logs. Externally from Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures database, from the National Vulnerability Database, from vendor-specific security advisories, and through threat intelligence feeds, and ISACs, information sharing and analysis centers, which are kind of organizations that they were set up by the federal government, I think through Homeland Security. Other countries have them too, but it's organizations. They're typically industry specific that are a centralized resource for collecting and disseminating information on cyber threats to critical infrastructure sectors and other public sectors, finance, energy, transportation, etc. Okay. All right. So now the analysis methods, we can do a statistical analysis, identify trends, averages, anomalies in vulnerability or incident patterns. Data visualization, so we can have colorful pie charts and graphs and things like that. Yep. So, okay, yeah, I mean that satisfies the senior executives. They look and like, okay, Debian had the most vulnerabilities in 2018. That's interesting. And okay, then they get on with their lives. All right. So yeah. So statistical analysis, data visualization with graphs, heat maps, dashboards, and predictive modeling from machine learning models that are trained on historical data. They can forecast potential threats or identify high-risk systems. Now, to make raw security data available for analysis, organizations are going to apply the ETL workflow: extract, gather data from internal and external sources, transform, clean, normalize, and integrate the data sets into a consistent format, and then load, store that processed data into a centralized repository for analysis, like a data warehouse or a security analytics platform. All right. Now, not all trend analysis is quantitative. There is soft trend analysis. It's qualitative. That relies on professional engagement and observation, attending cybersecurity conferences and webinars, which I try to do all the time, listening to industry podcasts. I actually didn't listen to it this morning, but normally I listen to the SANS Internet Stormcast. It's a 5-minute podcast every morning. Tells me what's going on. I was just a little busy this morning. read respected security blogs and white papers. I showed you InnoReader yesterday where I kind of organize everything. And I have to add the scraping for some other websites that I go to that don't have a feed. I still go to those manually. But having everything in one place simplifies everything I'm doing. I can just read what I need to read and participate in social media communities, particularly on LinkedIn, um, InfoSec groups on Twitter or X or Zitter or, well, no, I won't say the other thing. But whatever we're calling it this week. Okay. There's often local organizations. I'm a member of my local Osaka chapter because, well, you have to be. I'm also a member of my local ISC2 chapter. And in South Florida, we have also the South Florida Information System Security Association that I'm not a member of, but I should be. I attend a lot of their things. They've got Hack the Flag and Chili Cook-Off coming up in September. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town for that. But yeah, I mean, it's a 2-day little mini conference, and it's great to be around other people. The last Osaka conference, local Osaka conference, was just a 1 day little conference. I met some really interesting people. One of them was the original creator and maintainer of the Verizon data breach reports up till from its inception up till about 2019 or 2020. So really interesting to talk to him for a while about a lot of that stuff. Anyway, so there's plenty of resources out there for that is kind of my point. All right. And then, of course, you have to use critical thinking, corroborate findings across multiple sources, filter any misleading or biased information, and differentiate between isolated incidents and genuine emerging trends. Your security operations need to be proactive, not reactive, and trend analysis helps you to be proactive. Okay. Now, trend reports and documentation. All right, well, the purpose here is to communicate the results of your trend analysis to decision makers, technical teams, or other stakeholders. And the format and technical depth should be adapted to the audience. So reports for executives will emphasize business impact and high-level risk. Technical reports will contain detailed analysis and actionable recommendations. Reality, I mean, that's what they say. So you're going to be writing multiple reports for different audiences. Reality is you're going to write one report. You're going to start with the executive summary so that they can skim it. All right, page or two and some cartoon characters and coloring pages or whatever they need, pie charts and bar graphs. Okay. Then you'll get into some details and then you'll get into the deep technical details. Okay, that's how I would write a report. All right, what are some topics to include? Current ongoing trends, new threat tactics, emerging vulnerabilities, developing technologies, emerging or predicted trends for the near future that are identified by industry experts that could impact the organization. Examples of why those are trends, justification, provide evidence and reasoning to differentiate between real trends and isolated or one-off incidents. All right. Which trends are most relevant? Yeah, you're going to do a relevance assessment. Evaluate which trends directly impact your current security posture and identify trends with low or no relevance to avoid wasted resources. All right. And more. Yeah. Asset impact analysis, specifying which systems, data, or infrastructure assets could be affected by each trend. All right. Gathering evidence of the impact, historical or current data showing how the trends have already affected the organization, or a reasoned projection of future impact. All right. A current control assessment, listing your existing controls related to the identified trends, assess whether current controls are adequate or require improvement, recommendations for new controls or enhancements to existing controls, new tools, new processes, new technologies that are needed, and a strategic posture assessment. Recommend broader security strategy changes like increasing security awareness and training, revising security policies to address changing threat landscapes, enhancing collaboration between departments for better incident readiness. All right. Some considerations: you could tailor your presentation style and technical level to the audience, use data visualization, all right, like they show there, to support conclusions, make trends clear, all right, and prioritize trends based on risk to mission critical assets and regulatory compliance. Okay. Now, the threat intelligence life cycle, all right. And the threat intelligence lifecycle provides a structured process for gathering, analyzing, and delivering actionable intelligence to address emerging threats and sources. All right. One widely used model, and it's not the only one, but it's the only one in this book, is TCPED: tasking, collection, processing, exploitation, and dissemination. All right. Tasking: we define the intelligence requirement. A decision maker, security leader, or other stakeholder requests specific information to support operations, the security posture, or incident response. All right. But with tasking, we have to clearly articulate the scope, the objectives, and the urgency of the request. Then we go to collection. We acquire the relevant data to meet the tasking requirement. We identify and gather threat-related information from reliable sources within a defined time frame. What are those sources? OSINT, open source intelligence, commercial feeds, internal logs, security sensors, human intelligence, partner sharing agreements, etc., so on and so forth. Okay. Then we go to processing. We prepare the raw data for analysis. We normalize, correlate, and filter the collected data to remove noise, format it for interpretation. So we're going to parse the data, enrich it with contextual metadata, deduplicate it, and format it properly. All right. Then exploitation. We're going to exploit the data we've collected. This is really analysis and interpretation. We're going to extract the meaning and the significance from the processed data, determine the implications of the intelligence, like identifying adversary tactics, likely targets, and potential impacts. All right. Now, in this context, exploitation refers to extracting value from intelligence, not malicious activity. All right, obviously. All right, so dissemination: we deliver actionable findings to the original requester or the relevant stakeholders. We share the intelligence in a timely manner using appropriate formats like executive summaries, technical reports, or real-time alerts. We tailor the format and the technical depth to the audience and the operational needs. Okay. And the cycle is iterative. New intelligence prompts further tasking, creating a continuous loop like everything else we do. Now, while the 5 phases of TCPED remain constant, the implementation architecture for threat intelligence is going to vary between organizations, depending on business requirements, operational environment, and the maturity of their security operations. All right. So we're going to customize it to organizational needs. Each phase can be tailored to reflect business priorities, operational scale, industry-specific regulations. The architecture has to align with your existing security policies and governance frameworks. All right. The types and formats of threat intelligence, the impact of the data sources, influences both collection and Processing. One of the most common formats, and then the protocol to deliver it, is STIX, is the format, structured threat information expression, and then the protocol for delivering it is TAXII, trusted automated exchange of intelligence information. All right. So yeah, okay. Those can integrate seamlessly into automated tools like SIM, security information and event management, SOAR, security orchestration, automation and response, IDSs and IPSs, EDR, XDR, et cetera, so on. And well, just continuing on, whatever automated vulnerability scanners, okay? Unstructured sources like open source intelligence reports, human intelligence, that may, well, I mean, that's textual, that's prose, all right? That requires parsing and normalization. AI can help with that, okay? The diversity of sources increases the context that we can gather, but it also requires more processing ability. Then we have dissemination considerations, okay? That depends on the tasking authority and their requirements, access control policies to prevent unauthorized disclosure, all right, and service level agreements with intelligence providers, which may define authorized recipients, approved communications channels, and mandate response times for intelligence delivery, okay? Other factors affecting it, supporting capabilities, which influence the effectiveness of TCPED, your asset inventory, knowing what assets exist and where they reside. That ensures that intelligence is relevant and actionable, all right? Threat modeling, identifying likely adversaries, attack vectors, high-value targets, guiding tasking and analysis. Network scanning, providing visibility into vulnerabilities and exposures for prioritizing your intelligence requirements. Forensic investigations, those supply detailed insights into past incidents that can inform processing and exploitation. And electronic discovery supports legal and compliance requirements by managing electronically stored information, ESI, that's relevant to threat investigations, okay? And of course, we also have to integrate TCPED into security operations, into our SOC, Security Operations Center workflows. Outputs from SIMs and SOARs and EDRs and IDSs and IPSs and vulnerability management platforms and EDR and XDR and whatever else you come up with can feed into the collection and processing phases. And dissemination potentially can be automated for a low latency response, especially in a time-sensitive incident scenario. Okay. So our guidelines for analyzing trends: seek out reputable, industry-accepted sources for security intelligence, all right? Corroborate, cross-verify that information, comparing multiple independent sources to confirm accuracy. Yeah, that's always a good idea, okay? Have a diverse set of intelligence channels, blogs, professional organizations, vulnerability databases, mailing lists, etc. Okay. Sorry, I'm not going in exactly this order. Exercise discretion and critical thinking, maintain situational awareness, understanding the context, the reliability, potential impact of the information gathered. Recognize commonly targeted assets, computing and power resources, financial data, account credentials, etc. Monitor recent vulnerabilities, especially those relevant to your organization's infrastructure, platforms, software, etc. Identify key threats and exploits that are likely to affect the organization. In the near term, consider both the technical risks, like zero-day exploits or ransomware variants, non-technical risks like social engineering and supply chain compromise, okay? Technology awareness, all right? Stay informed about emerging security technologies and their defensive potential, blockchain, machine learning, cloud access security brokers, etc. All right. Track developments within your industry's, your organization's industry sector, the broader cybersecurity industry. Okay. Use data analytics to identify patterns, forecast potential future attack methods and targets, support prioritization defense measures, produce trend reports, okay, that are comprehensive, evidence based, and audience appropriate. All right. And consider how identified trends impact your collection sources, your process workflows, like the need for normalization tool, dissemination channels, um, um, and overall architecture changes. Uh, John, I'm going to send the information to you in the chat window, but he's going to have to contact GK. I don't know if technical support is the right place. Let me double check something here. I'll send you that information. I'm going to look at something else. Just give me one moment. I got to find it here. So I keep all this stuff handy in a link in a document in case I need it. Uh, but I got to open up the scheduling. What's this one? I'm trying to see if there's any other information I can get. Um, I'm gonna check one more place. They don't like to give me this information. You know how that works, right? Everything's top secret, even though it could be information I could use to help somebody. Yeah, there's a reason I think all information should be free. And I don't really believe in privacy anymore because you don't really have it anyway. It's all an illusion. Yeah, I don't have any other information. Tell them sorry. I apologize, but they yell at me if because I know things like that happen. So what happens is I don't put the attendance in. Um, last time I did this, last three times I did this, I would mark those who attended as attended, but I would leave everybody else blank in case something like this happened, so they could join the next day. But they've yelled at me about it for three times now, so I marked them as not present, so I don't have to listen to it. But anyway, all right. Okay, yeah, have him call and he can get in as soon as possible. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here with this. Uh, well, this is a little activity that you can do on your own. I'll print out the page. I'll give you like, this should be about 10 minutes at most. Okay. So if we can do an activity, you might as well do an activity. All right. So let me print this. And it's going to be pages 84 and 85. I'll just save it over the existing one you got yesterday, and that'll make my life easier. And I'll put that in the chat window. All right. That's like a little 10-minute browser exercise you can do on your computer. You don't need to open up the lab environment for that. It should be fairly straightforward. Okay. So I'll give you guys like 10 minutes to do that, and then we'll start on the next one. All right. Little activity to start the morning, I think is appropriate. All right. So we'll put 10 minutes on the clock. All right. And when we come back, we're going to move into lesson 3. Good luck. Have fun. See you in 10. All right, welcome back. I gave you the official agenda. I got this from the instructor courseware. They don't have it printed anywhere separately that I have access to. So that's pretty much it, but it's not 100% accurate. So keep that in mind. Um, Personally, there's things that come up that I know are going to be coming up later, like, in responding to incidents and, collecting cybersecurity intelligence, which I just went into a little bit more detail on, so that we have less to do later. So I kind of front load things. So it can look like we're behind schedule, but we're not behind my schedule, kind of thing. All right. Anyway, so let's pick up with our next lesson, analyzing reconnaissance threats to computing and network environments. All right. And we're going to talk first about implementing threat modeling. We'll get into the impact of reconnaissance and the impact of social engineering. And then we'll get a lab. Okay. And a decent one at that. All right. So let's talk first about the diverse nature of threats. All right. And threats to an organization aren't exclusively technical. A lot of them do originate from non-technical weaknesses that can be just as damaging as a cyber exploit. All right. Physical security weaknesses, poor physical access controls, open or unlocked doors, lack of security cameras, inadequate visitor management that can allow unauthorized access to sensitive areas. Okay. Yup, it can. All right. Some organizations are good about physical security, others are not. Okay. Now I do travel quite a bit and I work with various organizations, government, military, defense contractors. Okay. Major corporations. All right. And I've had varying I've had varying results. Okay. Um, there was the defense contractor. It's former Griffiths Air Force Base. I forget what they call it now. But there's a lot of defense contractors there. I had to bring a copy of my birth certificate to gain entrance to the building. The building was locked. I had to sign in every day, get a new badge. Um, they verified my ID every day. If I went outside the building on a break to go for a walk, get some fresh air, I had to buzz to get back in, and they, verified my identity and all that if they didn't know who I was already. That was fantastic. Bank of America in Charlotte had a similar process that I bypassed. Okay. I was supposed to sign in and identify myself every morning, but I decided to see how far I could get with it. And the way the building was laid out, it was kind of built into a hill. So the classroom was in the back of the building on the second floor that had an employee entrance exit point. And then the front of the building on the first floor, you walk in and it was highly secure and the whole thing. I had to get my ID and all that stuff to get the badge. And I was supposed to do that every day. And I did it accidentally. I didn't turn in the badge at the end of the night because I just left out the back door. But when I got in the car driving away, I realized I still had the badge. I said, "Oh, I'm going to try to get in with this badge tomorrow morning." So I went to the back door where the employees enter, and I did get stopped by a security guard who said, "Oh, you have to go check in." And I said, "What are you talking about?" They told me this badge was good for the week, that I could just come in and enter and exit out this door, no problem. Oh, okay. All right. And then we can contrast that with the Nevada National Guard, all right, where when I went there, I rented a car that had no license plate to see if they would let me in the parking lot. I had scoped out the area beforehand, so I knew there was parking nearby, and it was a short walk, like an overflow parking area, not on the main base. But they let me in without the license plate. That was fine. It had a temporary tag. Okay. The door was secured with a cipher lock where everybody knew the combination, and they changed it on a rotating basis. Okay, I mean, that's better than nothing. And you would expect the military to be able to handle that level of security and keeping the number secure. Well, here's how it worked the first day. So I parked my car in the parking lot. As I walk up to the building, I see people punching in the code, and I'm gonna realize, okay, I'm gonna have to make a phone call here to get into the building. No, Lieutenant Colonel opened the door for me, held it open, and let me walk in. And now I'm in this secure building. All right. And I'm kind of walking around trying to figure out where to go. Nobody's stopping me and asking me any questions. Okay. Finally, someone does. And I say, oh, yeah, well, I'm here to teach the class. Well, oh, okay. And they bring me down to the classroom. As I walk by, a SCIF, sensitive compartmented information facility. For those of you not in the know, top secret, with the door open. Okay. On my way to the classroom. Uh-huh. So when I got in there, basically I told them, welcome, Joe. I told them that my students that I would have the door code by the end of the week. The next morning, two of my students are about 15, 20 feet in front of me. All right. And they're approaching the door. And one of them, they're about 5 feet away from each other. One of them shouts out, hey, what's the door code? So I had the secure door code within 24 hours. All right. Physical security is everything. If I can gain access, that is the end of it. All I need is physical access. All it takes is plug in one of these little things in to a computer. Okay. Or I can do this, reach over and grab one. There we go. Favorite toy. Some of you may recognize this. All right. These are very Raspberry Pi. Those are very, very, very easy to hide, providing me a backdoor into the network as it finds its way out. If it can't get an IP address, it'll figure out where it is and assign itself an IP address. Even better if you're using IP version 6, because people forget to secure that. All right. Physical security is extremely important. All right. Now, human vulnerabilities, which goes with some of that. Reckless human behavior. All right. Poor security awareness, susceptibility to social engineering, increases the risk of compromise. All right. Organizational culture, a corporate environment that undervalues security, ignores policy enforcement, or lacks management support can create systemic weaknesses. Management and oversight gaps. Leadership that doesn't understand security requirements or fails to prioritize security initiatives can leave critical vulnerabilities unaddressed. All right. And those factors are collectively captured in a threat's tactics, techniques, and procedures. TTPs. Tactics are the overall strategic objectives or goals of the threat actor. The techniques, the general methods that are used to achieve those objectives, and the procedures, the specific detailed steps that are taken to execute the techniques. Now, cybersecurity operation often emphasizes technical TTPs, but non-technical TTPs, exploiting cultural procedural weaknesses, have to be equally considered within your risk management process, period. All right. Now, the anatomy of a cyber attack. All right. Understanding the components of a cyber attack is essential for anticipating, detecting, and responding to threats. Okay. Yeah. Security researchers and other organizations have developed various models to break down attacks into discrete phases, which helps defenders identify opportunities for detecting and disrupting malicious activity at different stages of the attack. Now, one of the most widely known is Lockheed Martin's cyber kill chain, okay, which provides a structured way to analyze and counter adversary operations. This is not it. All right, this is a basic three-phase model that starts with reconnaissance, where the attacker gathers intelligence about the target environment, mapping the network topology, identifying active services, researching employee information, probing for vulnerabilities. Then the attack. The attacker initiates exploitation to compromise systems. This can be technical or non-technical. All right. And then post-attack, the attacker maintains persistence, covers their tracks, installs covert mechanisms for continued access. And that phase can include lateral movement, data exfiltration, preparation for future operations. And attack phases aren't always strictly linear. An adversary may move back and forth between stages, okay? After I've exploited one system, I may use that system to perform further reconnaissance, okay? So I can see what I couldn't see before. All right. There's a 6-phase model: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, persistence, expanding access, which is escalating privileges, moving laterally, or compromising additional systems, and then covering tracks, modifying or deleting logs, disguising malicious files, concealing indicators of compromise. All right. But they separate with this one scanning from reconnaissance. It's splitting a fine hair. Okay. The Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain was designed to shift the advantage towards defenders by identifying points where an attack can be intercepted. And it's effective for a number of scenarios. It's still primarily geared for perimeter-based defenses, and it may be less effective once an attacker has bypassed those controls. Now, the 7 phases in Lockheed Martin kill chain are reconnaissance, collecting target information, weaponization. So the attacker will create a malicious payload, typically paired with a delivery mechanism. Phase 3 is delivery, transmitting the payload to the target through a phishing email or infected USB drive. Exploitation, triggering the payload to exploit a vulnerability. Installation, which is the deploying of the malware, which may or may not be part of the weapon, or installing additional tools for persistence. We have downloaders, okay? The weapon may be a downloader, which by itself is denied. It gets installed, we exploit a vulnerability, we install it on a system, and then it starts downloading tools and utilities, typically over an encrypted connection. If it's an advanced persistent threat, they may be heavily modified. So they're going to evade signature-based detection. They're going to get installed on the system. And the attacker will establish a C2 network, command and control, all right, to establish remote communication. If I were doing it, I would use reverse shells, where I have the victim contact the attacker, because outbound traffic is less likely to be intercepted and inspected than inbound traffic. All right. Originating connections are less like from inside the network are less likely to be monitored and tracked. And then I would perform actions on objectives, or the attacker would execute the primary mission: data theft, disruption, destruction. All right. Now, threat modeling, and GK has a really good 2-day course on threat modeling if you're interested in that. I just delivered it a couple of weeks ago. Goes into a lot of detail on stuff. Um, Threat modeling is the structured process of identifying, assessing, and prioritizing potential attack vectors against systems or environments. It's used to anticipate how adversaries might compromise assets, enabling proactive defense planning. All right. Now, the scope of threat modeling, it's organization wide. Broad threat models assess security across your enterprise, considering all systems, processes, and personnel. We could have it be the scope be system specific. We have a focused threat model, evaluate vulnerabilities and risks for a particular application, network, workflow, infrastructure component, or it could be attacker focused. All right. Models that emphasize adversary capabilities, intent, and tactics rather than specific assets. All right. Now, what's the purpose? What are the benefits? Well, risk evaluation. Determine the likelihood and impact of specific attack scenarios. So we talked about risk evaluation yesterday. For proactive defense, enabling mitigation strategies to be developed before an incident occurs to reduce the level of damage and recovery costs. All right. Another benefit is comprehensive security. We ensure that all security vulnerabilities, all potential security vulnerabilities, technical, procedural, physical, are considered. All right. And we can visualize the threats. We create graphs and diagrams and charts and comic books and whatever that make threat paths and attack surfaces easier for stakeholders to understand. All right. So, best practices. Start threat modeling early in a system development lifecycle during the design phase of new security strategies. The moment it's a gleam in your eye or somebody's eye, you start threat modeling. How can this be attacked? Okay. Now, this is my mindset, and I often get accused in meetings and things where somebody's presenting something new of being negative and I'm poo-pooing the idea. No, I'm not. I can be genuinely interested in it, but I want to know things that people haven't thought about yet, and that even the person who created it hasn't thought about yet. Okay. Okay. Well, if you're inputting this data and this data, is the output more valuable than the input? Does it require special protections? Do we need to use encryption? What level of encryption are you using? And I start asking a million questions. It seems like I'm saying, you didn't clearly think this out. Well, I sort of am, but I'm sort of not. I'm trying to point out the things that you didn't see. All right. So that we can build that in from the beginning. And we do need to involve both technical and non-technical stakeholders to cover different perspectives. Okay. Looking at anything, how many of you have ever been in an organization where you've had a manager brought into your department who didn't necessarily understand everything your department did, but they were good at managing people? Anybody ever been in that situation? Yes, no, maybe? Yeah, okay. I think at some point we probably all have. Okay. And honestly, I've had a few of those, and they've been the best managers I've ever had. Okay. The ones who were overly technical, you start getting into, arguments with them sometimes over things. You both have different technical opinions. All right. But we need the perspective of the non-technical stakeholders, all right, as well. And update the threat model to account for evolving threats, new vulnerabilities, changes in the organization's infrastructure. All right. If you're acquiring a new company or merging with another company or divesting a division and spinning it off into a new company, update your threat model. Okay. Now, the threat modeling process. Okay. The nature of the threat is tied closely to the asset or the system that it's targeting. So multiple threat modeling approaches exist for this reason. All right, so one common method, and this is an example, is asset-focused threat modeling, which emphasizes protecting specific resources from identified risks. So the first thing we want to do here is identify security objectives and requirements. What are the organization's goals, needs, requirements, regulatory obligations, etc.? And then we need to define success criteria for protecting the asset or the system, whatever that may be. Then we need to identify the system architecture, map the system's components, roles, services, technologies, dependencies, and include both internal and external interfaces, hardware, software, APIs, application programming interfaces. All right. Decompose the system. Break it down into its functional elements, understand how it operates. Okay, and you don't have to go to a deep level with this. All right, if we're talking about a physical system and the CPU, you just have to have a general idea of how the CPU works. You don't need to be an architect. You don't need to be a CPU architect. Okay, you don't need to know the inner workings of an x64, a CPU from Intel or AMD and the differences between them. All right. What do I know about CPUs? If I put it into a motherboard and I turn the computer on, as long as it's got memory, it goes. Okay. I know they're made of silicon. All right. Which is the most common element on Earth. So it makes up the rocks. So as far as I know, a CPU is a rock they tricked into thinking. Okay. But I know what it does at a high level, and I know what I need to do to protect it. And I know what vulnerabilities it can have, like Spectre and Meltdown, okay? So I can decompose it to the level I understand. Identify known threats. Research current and historical security intelligence from reputable sources. We talked about that, all right? And determine your mitigation techniques. Propose and evaluate different measures to prevent, detect, and respond, all of them, to each identified threat, and then incorporate technical controls, firewalls, encryption, etc., and procedural measures. All right, policies, processes, procedures, training, etc. Okay, and the process here is repeatable for every system or asset, piece of software that we're profiling. All right. And it ensures that we provide ongoing coverage as new systems are deployed or threats evolve. Okay. Now, one method they do mention in your courseware. Let me see if I got something on this that I can give to you. Where would I hide that? I would hide it in here. And I don't have it. Okay. So we'll talk about Stride. All right. So a lot of security professionals use the Stride model to classify threats during threat modeling. Okay. And that's short for spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. Spoofing, impersonating a trusted entity, forging credentials. Tampering, unauthorized modification of code, data configurations. Repudiation, an attacker being able to perform actions without accountability or having the ability to deny them later because of insufficient logging, monitoring, tracking. Information disclosure, unauthorized access to confidential or sensitive information. Denial of service, disrupting or degrading the availability of systems or services. Okay. Elevation of privileges, gaining higher access rights than intended, enabling broader compromise. Stride is very useful in design phase threat modeling because it aligns threats with specific security properties to protect authentication, integrity, confidentiality, availability, accountability. Okay. All right. Now, attack trees. All right. So, attack trees are a visual threat modeling method that are used to illustrate how a threat can be executed and mitigated. And we start with the root node and we branch out from there into various attack vectors and subnodes describing how the threat can operate. All right. So, the example here. All right. So, we have an instant messaging feature in a custom application that might be susceptible to a man in the middle attack. So the attack tree should show the root node, attacker intercepts instant messages. That's our threat. Then the branches are the methods the attacker could use. Okay. So we have user downloads malware, authorization mechanism fails, message transmits in plain text. Okay. Sure. How could that happen? Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter how it could happen. User downloads malware. They were tricked into it through a phishing email. So how do we fix the problem? We train the user on security fundamentals, install anti-malware software. An authorization mechanism fails. Okay, well, I mean, that's going to depend, but we can implement checks in an authorization module. Verify that a user is supposed to have access to a particular section of the, to that particular section of the application, or in this case, another user's instant messages. All right. In the same way that you can't access someone's email or chat messages in exchange unless you have the appropriate permissions as a manager or an administrator. All right. Transmitting messages in plain text. Well, that's easy. Implement and enforce transport layer security 1.3. Okay. Complex attack trees can have multiple attack levels representing parent-child relationships where one vector enables another. All right. They can provide comprehensive coverage. All possible attack vectors will appear as subnodes. Okay. We can assign probabilities. We can estimate the likelihood of each attack vector. We can create logical connectors rather, and or nodes. Okay. Where multiple conditions have to be met to progress forward, or only one condition has to be met. You can put in information on monetary loss estimates and mitigation cost values. Okay. All right. Now, some threat modeling tools. All right. There's a number of different tools out there that can assist in creating, maintaining, and analyzing threat models. Okay. Microsoft's SDL threat modeling tool that's aligned with their security development lifecycle, primarily used by software developers. We have Trike, and I do have, yeah, I have, let me double check and make sure this is, yeah, here we go. So a little bit more on Trike for you. And I have another threat modeling framework I'll throw in there as well, Dread, okay, that you can read about. All right. Threat Modeler is a commercial tool that imports threat intelligence from multiple databases, emphasizing stakeholder collaboration. The open source requirements management tool. That's an open management tool with built-in threat modeling features. Coras Draw.io is a general purpose diagramming application. There's OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project, Threat Dragon, which I'll give you the link to. Okay. And they have a very cute little dragon as their mascot. But that's an open source cross-platform app for creating threat models. Okay. And one I highly recommend. Okay. All right. Threat categories. All right, let's talk about threat categories. and then we'll take a little break. Okay, so grouping threats into categories with similar characteristics helps tailor defensive strategies to specific risks. All right, reconnaissance, activities that are intended to gather intelligence on a target. Scanning networks, harvesting email addresses, or enumerating services. Keep in mind, though, that reconnaissance can be performed without your knowledge, without actually ever connecting to you. Okay? It's a little more complicated, it's a little bit more time consuming, but that's one piece. Passive reconnaissance is part of reconnaissance, gathering information from publicly available information about your organization, from your website. Technically, I'm interacting with you, but it's anonymous. Through social engineering, manipulating individuals into divulging information or performing actions that would compromise your security. Through system hacking, direct exploitation of systems, gaining unauthorized access, elevating privileges, or exfiltrating data. Web-based threats, targeting web applications and services, SQL injection, cross-site scripting. Malware, viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, spyware, rootkits, bootkits, etc. Hijacking and impersonation, taking over user sessions or assuming another's identity. All right. Session hijacking, on-path attacks, formerly known as man-in-the-middle attacks. Credential theft. Okay. Denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks. Overwhelm a system or a network with excessive traffic, exhausting all the resources. Mobile threats. All right. Exploits that target smartphones, tablets, and mobile apps. Malicious applications. They're few and far between, but we could trick somebody into sideloading something. Mobile operating system vulnerabilities. They do exist. Okay. SIM swapping. That's relatively easy. Okay. Cloud-based threats. Attacks that exploit the cloud infrastructure, services, configurations, insecure APIs, misconfigured storage, unauthorized deployment of virtual resources, etc. There's a number of different things. Okay. All right. So there is an activity that's associated with this, but we're going to get to the labs after we finish the chapter. So we're going to move into our next thing here. Oh, is this a different activity? Not the one I'm thinking of. All right, we'll do this when we come back. It's time for a break anyway. I'm pretty sure this is in your well, we can look at it separately. All right. So let's take a break. Let's take 10 minutes, stretch your legs, clear your heads, do what you need to do. And we'll be back in 10. We'll finish this up. We'll get you guys onto a lab before lunch. Sorry about that. My Logitech app decided to update right that moment, and that's my camera and my microphone. So yeah, that was a problem. Okay. So analyzing a threat model, I'll have you do this during the lab. This can be done offline, and we'll review it after the lab is over. But you can add it into your lab. So we'll I want to make sure we get in the lab before we get to lunch. Let's talk about and you can access. They have the list of. I'll print out the activity. They have the list of things you can do in the questions. But anyway, there are you may actually want to do it on you may want to do it in the virtual machine. Anyway, all right. Let's talk about the impact of reconnaissance. All right. So, assessing the impact of reconnaissance, let's talk first about footprinting, scanning, and enumeration. All right. Reconnaissance is the initial phase of most cyber attacks. The three processes that are used: footprinting, passive or indirect gathering of general information about a target, including technology, personnel, and organizational structure. We can do WHOIS lookups, DNS queries, social media research, review public websites. The goal of footprinting is to build a broad profile without directly interacting with any target systems. And then we start scanning, or you could do scanning and enumeration in some cases together. But scanning is an active process that we use to identify live hosts, open ports, and running services. We're looking for specific network assets as an attacker and service availability to identify points of entry. You could be doing this on your own too, as part of internal penetration testing, auditing, vulnerability scanning, etc. But it does require direct interaction with target systems. And then enumeration, we're going to get even more detailed. This can be highly interactive. We're going to query services and extract detailed information. Enumerate usernames via SNM via server message block (SMB). Query SNMP, a simple network management protocol for configuration data. Pull Active Directory details. Okay. The goal is to map the network topology, discover user accounts, and identify misconfigurations. A lot of people get upset. You mean you can scan Active Directory? Sure, of course you can. Have you ever been to a shopping center, shopping mall that has a directory sign that was covered up with black paper or a tarp so you can't see where the stores are? No, that's because it's a directory. It's supposed to tell you where things are. Okay. Now, if you can access it anonymously, that's a problem. All right. But this does require direct engagement with target services, which often triggers detectable activity. Okay, there are ways around that, but we don't want to do that. All right. All right, now footprinting methods. So footprinting is the gathering of publicly accessible information, as we mentioned. It's preliminary information about the target. And there's multiple techniques that we can use. All right, now you can try doing a WHOIS lookup. That's likely to be useless today. Everyone is hidden behind a proxy. There's no actual contact information contained in a WHOIS record anymore. DNS listings, certainly. Finding IP address ranges, absolutely. Okay. Securities and Exchange Commission filings, press releases, phone directories. Yeah, all that's publicly available generally. You can find information about network ranges, contact names, email addresses, physical addresses. All right. For defense against this, you can restrict unnecessary public disclosure. Okay. Dumpster diving, closed source intelligence. All right. Searching physical trash for sensitive paper records. employee directories, account numbers, usernames, passwords, operational procedures, discarded data. Just because you can't read that backup tape doesn't mean I can't. Okay. I know how to splice a tape. I may not get 100% of the data, but I'll get 99% of it. Use secure shredding and disposal. All right. HTML code inspection. Not a lot you can do about that. Review the HTML source code of public websites. You might get server names, operating system versions, file paths, other information. Sanitize your code before publication. Remove any unnecessary comments. Social media mining. LinkedIn, Facebook, X, Twitter, industry forums, Blue Sky, Substacks, whatever. Potential information that can be found is the organizational structure, hints at the technology stack, insider details, exploitable personal data. Conduct employee security awareness training on oversharing. Okay. Search engine queries. Google or Bing, because it's not Google, B-I-N-G. Using specialized operators, Google dorks. All right. Google hacks. You may be able to find a lot of information, app framework or version, index sensitive files. All right. Monitor search engine indexing for sensitive data leakage. And then request to have it removed. Metadata extraction through FOCA or EXIF tool. Can pull author names, usernames, software versions from Office documents, PDFs, and images. Scrub metadata from public documents before it's released. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right. Oh, here's another method. All right. I'm going to go to dice.com. All right. And I'm going to look for system administrator. Okay. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, I'll pick the one that has that requires clearance. Okay. So what we do, leading edge. Okay, that's missile defense. Probably not what I'm looking for. Oh, no, it is. Experience with Linux and Windows Server administration and Bash, Python, PowerShell, and Ansible. So it gives me a little information. Let's try this one. Perform full system upgrades. Okay, Linux and Windows, software releases, patches, ensure operation of mount scripts for Windows. Okay, set up, maintain Twist software, Litho workstations and hardware, backup and recovery. They're using Active Directory. All right. Oh, here we go. Proficiency in Red Hat Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Ubuntu, and Windows Server environments. Familiarity with Samba mounts, mount scripts, system file sharing between OS platforms, Active Directory and DNS management. Okay, Windows hardening, blah, 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 group policies, Windows file shares, knowledge of AWS, Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, EC2, Amazon S3, Amazon Lambda Functions, CloudWatch, virtual private cloud, identity and access management. So we know they're using Amazon. That was pretty easy. I know their technology stack. That wasn't difficult. All right. Network and system scanning methods. All right. So what are we doing? We're going to identify open ports, determine which TCP, UDP, SCTP, whatever ports are accepting connections. All right. Open ports can expose vulnerable services. Tools for this. I don't know what they're showing here. There's a number of different network scanning tools out there. There's Nmap. There's also Nmap. There's Nmap. There's Nmap. There's Nmap. There's also Nmap. And what is that other one? Yeah, Nmap. Okay, you're going to use Nmap. Locate the network access points. All right. Identify routers, wireless access points, VPN endpoints. That's used for entry into the network or as denial of service targets. And I'm going to apologize if I'm smiling or chuckling to myself during any of this because I love doing penetration tests. All right. Look for listening applications. Map services to specific ports, which allows for targeted attacks against service vulnerabilities, especially if we can get the version number. Identify the web application technologies that are in use. JavaScript, PHP, ASP.NET, etc. That enables exploitation of known common vulnerabilities and exposures for specific technologies. Map network ranges. Discover active IP ranges and subnet boundaries. All right. Determine host operating systems. Identify the OS type and version through fingerprinting. Enable operating system specific exploit selection in that case. Review network and system logs. Learn about software behavior, configuration settings, patterns of activity. Those expose operational details that can aid in attack planning. Analyze access control lists, rules on firewalls. Identify allowed and blocked network paths. That reveals routing and firewall rules that can be bypassed through something like source routing. Okay. And a lot of network scans, depending on what they are, they can leverage the TCP three-way handshake. All right. SYN, the attacker sends a TCP synchronization request to the target. SYNACK, the target responds acknowledging the request. And then the acknowledgement, the attacker sends an acknowledgement completing the handshake. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be logged. Okay. So I'm going to use a half open scan, SYN scan. Omit the final acknowledgement to avoid full connection establishment and reduce the likelihood of detection. All right. Now, if you want information about this, I'll give you the link out to the shared folder again. In the presentations folder, I go through, and that was something I did again for the state of Tennessee a couple of years ago. But I have a pretty comprehensive breakdown of Nmap. I'm not going to say it's complete, but it's a good breakdown of how to do some scans and how to bypass firewalls and things like that. So you may be interested in that. All right. Now, enumeration methods. Well, enumeration is the active reconnaissance process where we directly engage with the system, try to extract detailed information. All right. Now, some of this stuff probably isn't going to work today. Okay. DNS server queries to obtain host names, IP addresses, network topology information. Misconfigured DNS can reveal a lot of information. Misconfigured DNS could also allow for a zone transfer, a transfer of the entire DNS database. It would have to be horribly misconfigured. I've actually done one of those in the last 23 years. The last time I successfully did one was 2000, before about 6 months ago, was in 2003. And I was doing training for the newly formed Department of Homeland Security. This even predates like ethical hacking, certified ethical hacker. So yeah, we had a little bit of fun with that. That was the last time I was successfully able to do one in a class environment. At any rate, enumerate SNMP devices. Not going to happen. All right. If they are using ancient SNMP version 1 and SNMP version 2, devices, which is highly unlikely, okay, because SNMP version 3 was released 23 years ago, implementing encryption and authentication and things like that. But if you do run into a device from the late 1980s or early mid 1990s, then yeah, you can successfully enumerate it. All right. Discover a host net BIOS name. Yeah, okay. Net BIOS itself has been largely replaced by well, I mean, back with Active Directory and Windows 2000 Server by DNS and other services. Right now, it uses, and I'm struggling to think of the name for it because it's being replaced itself. NetBIOS name broadcasting was replaced by another type of local name resolution that it's slipping me at the moment. Neighbor discovery, I guess, let's call it, which itself is being replaced by multicast DNS name resolution, which is local DNS for resolving host names of systems on a local subnet. All right. NetBIOS is only going to work on a local subnet, and it is highly unlikely that it is even in use in your organization at all today. You can still discover host names, NetBIOS names. I mean, I can pull up, I'm going to pull up, I'll pull up a terminal here. We'll open the command prompt and I'll type nbt stat. There we go. If I can type, there we go. Yeah, let's do -C. We'll get the cache. All right. This is my local network. There's plenty of Windows machines on this network. There's nothing in the NetBIOS cache. All right. I'm just saying some of this stuff is out of date. Okay. Domain directory enumeration with Active Directory or other directory services. Sure, you can identify groups, shares, trust relationships that can enable privilege escalation and lateral movement. There's a number of tools like LDAP search and Bloodhound. All right. Web application and server enumeration. You can identify services, IIS, Apache, Nginx, along with their version numbers to facilitate a targeted exploit. Then, of course, we have war driving, identifying wireless networks from a moving vehicle, or you can do it from a bicycle or a motorcycle, or you can do it from a drone today, war flying. You can walk if you want to, all right? But you're going to use Wi-Fi sniffing equipment to locate and exploit insecure, misconfigured access points, all right? Now, that being said, are you cracking WPA2 passwords? Yes. Are you cracking WPA2 enterprise? Not on your life. Are you cracking WPA3 personal or enterprise? Not in your lifetime. There are no known exploits for those things I just mentioned. WPA2 enterprise, WPA3 personal, or WPA3 enterprise. There are 0 known exploits. As of right now, it is uncrackable. Okay. That doesn't mean it won't change in the future, but for now, you're safe. All right. And then host fingerprinting. We want to identify an operating system and its version, and that's done by identifying information in the TCP/IP stack, the maximum time to live, the window size, etc. All right. Nmap has an operating system detection flag. It's more accurate if you're on the same subnet. Okay. What are some variables that affect reconnaissance? Well, the effectiveness of reconnaissance activities depends on the target's infrastructure environment and attacker's position. All right. So wireless versus wired. With wireless, the advantage is the ability to capture all the wireless traffic within range of an access point. But use of encryption prevents direct packet inspection unless the attacker captures WPA2 personal authentication handshakes. And that can be done through packet sniffing, wireless scanning, and handshake capture. Maybe. All right. Wired. Physical segmentation limits packet visibility. The attacker has to gain access to a network tap, configure switch port mirroring, or compromise a network device to see traffic from other nodes. Or they can attack the switch, which is easily detectable and typically 100% prevented today. Virtual versus physical systems. All right, let's talk about physical systems first. All right. For the attacker, that provides opportunities for direct device interaction and physical reconnaissance, but it does require physical access, which requires higher detection and presents a larger risk to the attacker. All right. Virtual environments. Virtual machines get spun up all the time and forgotten about, particularly by developers. All right. So I'm going to target a virtual machine. All right. You can use them as a honeypot or a sandbox. All right. A honeypot, you set up a system that looks like a production system, but it's actually designed and has flaws deliberately placed there, and you're, of course, monitoring it to attract and monitor attackers. All right. Now, if you segment your virtual infrastructure correctly, it limits the attacker's visibility and accuracy of network mapping. Okay. There's a solution to this. If you want to prevent scanning on your network, zero trust architecture, particularly micro-segmentation. 1 or 2, maybe 3 nodes per subnet. That does require a lot of work in building it out, but it's actually easier to manage in the long run. All right. Internal versus external. All right. Internal threat actors have some level of operational knowledge and potentially direct access to network resources. They can bypass reconnaissance, but the activity can be more easily attributed to them. External threat actors can maintain anonymity through proxy networks, compromise infrastructure, or anonymization tools. All right. And reconnaissance may take longer and, well, yields fewer details without exploitation. That's true. Okay. All right. And then on-premises versus cloud. On-premises, it's easier to probe on-premises. The advantage for you as a defender, you have full administrative control over the systems and the security posture. Cloud, well, for you, for the defender, cloud provider security controls can limit reconnaissance opportunities. For the attacker, well, they're high-value targets. All right. You relying on the provider's security posture and incident response capability, oh, are you misguided? Okay. Here's a little secret. Microsoft and Amazon and Google, they like your money. They don't care about you. Who are they defending themselves against? All right. They're defending themselves against attackers, not you. I mean, you indirectly, because they're defending their cloud service. But if you have misconfigurations on your side of the equation, infrastructure, platform, software, whatever, as a service that would allow an attacker in, they don't care. Okay, that's on you. Security of the cloud is their responsibility. Security in the cloud is your responsibility. Okay. So how do attackers evade detection during reconnaissance? All right. So network-based intrusion detection systems, NIDS, are designed to detect reconnaissance activities like scanning and enumeration through signature-based detection. So how do attackers avoid having an alert raised? Obfuscating the packets, modify the packet structure and the content to avoid signature matching. inserting extra and irrelevant characters, using alternative encodings to perform the same functions. Encryption also, all right? Conducting reconnaissance over encrypted channels so the packet contents can't be inspected. HTTPS, SSH, VPN tunnels, okay? Now, for packet obfuscation, NIDS may normalize and decode traffic to counter obfuscation attempts. It depends. For encrypted traffic, defenders can employ TLS interception, endpoint monitoring, behavioral analysis, but encryption does complicate packet level inspection. You can perform a denial of service against the NIDS, okay? Flood it with excessive traffic, overwhelm its processing capacity, rendering it ineffective at analysis. You can use rate limiting, traffic shaping, distributed monitoring. There's also another problem with network intrusion detection systems and the host systems. If the timeouts are different, okay? So let's say we have a victim system that we want to attack and a network intrusion detection system. And I was going to use large numbers as an example. Let's say that a session will time out after 60 seconds of inactivity on the victim server. On the NIDS, it'll time out after 30 seconds of inactivity. So I send, as the attacker, I send the first fragment of a packet. That goes to the NIDS, which is waiting for the rest of the fragments. 30 seconds passes. It doesn't get the rest of it. To keep communications running, it sends the packet to the victim. I mean, it's already done that. All right. But the victim has the first fragment. Now I send the remainder, I send the next fragment. Since the NIDS has dropped the first fragment of the packet, there's nothing to inspect. It can't reconstruct the packet. So I could completely bypass it. That's an older method. It probably doesn't work anymore, but it can be done. You'll have to verify. All right. You can just use public reconnaissance through open source intelligence. That doesn't leave any trail. Okay. All right. So they mentioned a number of reconnaissance tools here. I'm not going to go through the whole list here. All right. NS lookup and dig can be used for retrieving DNS records. ReconNG is a reconnaissance framework for gathering open source intelligence from multiple sources. FOCO, we mentioned earlier, for extracting metadata from documents. Maltego is nice. That's a graphical open source intelligence and link analysis tool. You can map relationships between entities. As far as scanning tools, Nmap for host discovery, port scanning, service enumeration, operating system fingerprinting, and more. Okay. Standard tools we have: ping, traceroute, netstat. Netcat or NCAT can read and write data over network connections. So you could test open ports, you could do banner grabbing, you can transfer data. It's fantastic. So you can take data from something, use NCAT to write it to a port and send it to a remote host. All right. Snort for intrusion detection. Vega is a common web vulnerability scanner. There's others. Enumeration tools, Nmap. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. OpenVAS is another one. Nessus is you pay for. OpenVAS is free, open source, based on an earlier version of Nessus when it was still open source. SNMP walk, SMB map for mapping SNMP or SNMP devices, or server message block, Windows file and printer shares. NBT scan for NetBIOS, Kane Enable for password recovery. Not really. It's password cracking, network analysis. And there's other tools out there. All right. There's a number of vulnerability scanners, etc. All right. So packet trace analysis. Packet trace analysis, traffic analysis We're examining captured network packets to detect, assess, and investigate reconnaissance activity and other cyber attacks. All right. All right, so it can identify activity patterns, flow characteristics like packet size, timing, and sequence can indicate interactive sessions and file transfers. Okay. It can detect anomalies like reconnaissance or scanning, unauthorized data exfiltration, suspicious peer-to-peer connections. And potentially we can analyze encrypted traffic, even without payload visibility. At least the metadata, the source and destination IP addresses, ports, timing, packet size can reveal patterns. Okay. Now, the problem with encrypted traffic is you can't decrypt it unless you have the key. You can decrypt some traffic if you have the key with Wireshark and T-Shark. All right. All right. So what do we use this for? Well, an attacker can use a packet trace analysis to learn about the network structure, active protocols, and host behaviors. You can use it to monitor for anomalies, correlate findings with logs or other threat intelligence, and identify reconnaissance attempts. All right. The biggest thing with this is establishing a baseline. You want to monitor traffic over time to define what is expected normal behavior. And from there, we can flag significant deviations, new communication paths, new protocols, unexpected protocol usage, abnormal packet frequencies. All right. And there's a number of tools that we can use with this. Command line tools like TCP dump or T-Shark to capture and filter packets. We also have graphical tools like Wireshark, which provide you with advanced filtering, protocol dissection. It's a little bit more resource intensive because it requires a GUI, but it can help you with filtering, protocol decoding, give you detailed session views. You can follow the packets. You can grab the entire session and analyze everything all at once. Okay. At any rate. All right. So there's Wireshark. Yeah, it's a great tool, and it's going to be built into Kali Linux, which you'll be using in a little bit. Okay. So that brings us to a lab activity that you're going to be doing, several of them. We are now going to move into assessing the impact of social engineering. Oh, yeah, social engineering is fun. All right. So social engineering encompasses a variety of techniques that attackers can adapt to different targets, environments, and goals. And some are more effective in certain contexts. Others are chosen for the ease of execution. Impersonation. Okay. Adversary pretends to be someone they're not. Common example, phone call. Okay. To an employee. Hi, this is Joe. Yeah, I'm from the help desk. This is John, right? Okay, great. Hi, John. We've had a major issue last night with our authentication system. We're calling everyone to verify they were able to successfully log into the network this morning. I said, oh, great, you were. Fantastic. Okay. Now, I know your boss, Fred, he's a real pain in the butt sometimes. You know, he can yell at you for things that are not your fault. I mean, you know how Fred is. All right. I don't know whether Fred's that way or not, but I found that information out. Okay. So we want to make sure that you're going to have continued access to the system as we're kind of rebuilding things. So now here's where I'm going to do, and this is actually a quid pro quo. I want your password. In exchange, I'm going to give you your username. All right. So that you feel comfortable revealing your password to me. Now, how do I know your username? Well, I could have enumerated it, but I can pretty much guess everybody's password. Or, I'm sorry, username. Your username is either your first initial followed by your last name, or your first name dot your last name. How did I do? Did I get your username? Yes, no, maybe. Anyone? Bueller? Depends on the system, but yes. Okay. Yeah, it does depend on the system. All right. Now, there may be deviations from that, like a number at the end, an employee ID number, et cetera. Well, yeah, but I can get that information through reconnaissance. So I can know that ahead of time. So I would say, okay, so you're John.Smith, and what's your ID number again? It's not that hard. All right. Hoaxes, email-based or web-based attack designed to mislead a user into performing a harmful action, like removing a virus. Okay, those were common back in the day. They still float around now and then on social media. Quid pro quo, something for something, this for that, exchange of benefit for information, exchange something for something. Phishing and smishing. Phishing, we talked about a little bit. Message-based attack. The adversary sends an email that appears to be from a trusted organization or a trusted person. It requests sensitive information, or it requires that you perform some activity now. Okay, like click on this website and fix your account. All right. And it'll request sensitive information, social security numbers, account numbers, usernames, passwords, for security purposes. Okay. If it's delivered via text message, we refer to it as smishing. I hate that term. All right. It's phishing via text message. All right. Then we have spear phishing and whaling. Spear phishing, we can target a specific individual or an organization, tailoring the message. Okay. Now, an example I frequently use when we're doing ethical hacking, I'm going to pull up a law office in the area. I've done a lot of work over the years with lawyers. One thing I know is lawyers have these gigantic egos and they love to talk about themselves. Okay. Now, what I can do is I'm just going to pull a couple of up here. All right. Just to give you kind of an idea. All right. Let's go with that. And who do we want to go with? We'll go with her, and we'll go with her. Okay. So I just pulled up 6. Look for something they have in common, which at a law firm is where they went to law school. Okay. So he got his Juris Doctorate from Nova Southeastern University. All right. Glenn Levine, blah, blah, blah. JD from Nova Southeastern University. Jonathan Holtz, JD from Nova Southeastern University. I'm 3 for 3. JD, no, he got School of Law in Orlando, so he's out. Melissa Crowley, JD from University of Florida, she's out. Okay. Allison Nash, I didn't do so well this time. 3 out of 6. All right. Usually I pick like almost all of them. And I can get about 10 out of 12 or 10 out of 15. All right. Now, that college, that university has a pretty good basketball team. So if this is in the run up to the NCAA tournament, March Madness, and the school has a shot of getting into the tournament, do you think I could spearfish these guys and say, hey, for Nova Southeastern Law School University alumni, we're offering you free courtside first row or whatever basketball tickets? Am I going to get, if I had 10 of them, if I sent 10 or 12 of them, am I going to get at least one person to click on that link? Something for nothing? Yeah, of course I am. All right. And I'm smiling because I know I've done this before. Okay. I'm probably going to get multiples clicking for free basketball tickets. Okay. Do you think I could get one of them to give me a credit card number? Yeah. The answer is yes. Okay. Somebody will fall for it. All it takes is one. That's all. Okay. All right. Anyway, whaling is basically the same thing, but we're going after a higher value target. C-level executives, CEOs, CIOs, CFOs, CISOs, CTOs, CMOs, CIEIOs. Those are the chief agriculture officers. Yeah, politicians, celebrities. That's whaling. Vishing is voice phishing. It's conducted via voice over IP, trying to solicit personal information, etc. And I've got an example. I'm actually going to show you a video here real quick once I find it. Where are you? In there. All right, let me pull it up. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so let's go actually to YouTube. Pause that. All right, so I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to be quiet for a minute. I'm going to adjust here for video sharing, and I'll be quiet and play the video for you.
DEF CON is the biggest hacker convention of the year. It's a place where thousands of hackers come to hear talks, to demonstrate their newest hacks. It's actually a place that's so dangerous to be on the internet that they tell you to turn off the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth on your phone, and they tell you not to use the ATMs too, because those could be hacked as well. This is the DEF CON ballroom. It's sort of the main room where things are happening, and it's pretty wild. I think this is Car Hacking Village. This car is locked. Can you get me in?
I'll unlock it for you. Should be good.
Hacking is no longer like this fringe activity, and if you are at DEF CON, there's a good chance that you're here because you want to learn what could happen to you or your company.
Anyone here first time in the SCCTF? Holy crap.
I invited Chris to hack me with his team, but they're going to hack me using social engineering, which is essentially hacking without any code. They just use a phone and an internet connection.
We help people with human security issues by testing vulnerabilities for like a network test, but it's for the people network. We test those vulnerabilities, see where the holes are, and then help people learn so they can patch them.
Can we try some of this? Can we try some,
yeah,
see if it works?
Yeah, we probably could have our star visher here make some phone calls as
Let's do it.
Sure. Do you want to do a sample phishing call?
What's phishing?
Phishing is voice solicitation, and basically what you do is you use the phone to extract information or data points that can be used in a later attack.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Who are you going to call?
Maybe I'll call your cell phone provider
Okay.
and see if I can get them to give me your email address.
I bet they're good. I bet they have my back. But yeah, go for it.
I'm going to spoof from your number, so it's going to look like it's calling from you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay? My baby, I'm sorry. My husband's like, we're about to apply for a loan and we just had a baby and he's like, get this done by today. So I'm so sorry. I can't call you back. I'm trying to log into our account for uses information and I can't remember what email address we used to log the account. The baby's crying and can you help me? Awesome.
In just 30 seconds,
gmail.com?
Jessica gets my personal email address.
Now, if I needed to add our older daughter on our account so she could call in and make changes, How would I need to go about doing that? You would have to send me a secure pin through a text message? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think I'll be able to receive a text message if I'm on the phone. Shh, shh, shh. Oh, I'm not on there either? So I thought when we got married, he added me to the account. Okay, my
Jessica uses my girlfriend's name and a fake social security number
5127.
to set up her own personal access to my account.
Wait, I'm sorry, so there's no password on my account right now? Can I set that up?
She even gets the support person to change my password.
Thank you so much for your help today.
So she just basically blocked me out of my own account.
I'll get her fed after this. All right, thank you.
Holy shit. So they just gave you access to my entire cell phone account.
You're gonna have to go on and change your password now because it's Jess, my name.
And all it took was a crying baby and a phone call.
Yes.
I really
All right, so there you go. Not too difficult. It really is that easy. I'm telling you, it is that easy. And there's plenty of other videos and things out there that will show you things like that. All right, anyway. So that's phishing. Farming, redirecting a legitimate website request towards a malicious site. This is also known as phishing without a lure. And once they're redirected, the victim probably enters their credentials or they download malware or something. Baiting leverages human curiosity or greed by leaving infected physical media like USB drives in places where targets are likely to find them. All right. And it's the first one I'm doing. I'm doing an entire series of these where I'm kind of making fun of the end users. But my coloring book with Mistake Monkey and Black Hat Weasel and Security Turtle there. And he's going to plug it in and all kinds of bad things are going to happen. All right. Just got to have fun with this stuff. All right. But baiting is a serious issue. I've done lectures on baiting like this, and I would tell you, if you do find a drive, on the floor, we have a dedicated system that's not connected to the network. It's running antivirus, anti-malware. We can just reimage it quickly if it does get infected, but we can test the media to ensure that it's safe. Okay. And so I'll talk about that in a class or an awareness training. And then a day or two later, I'll throw down some USB drives on the floor. All right. And I've set up all the computers so that they autoplay the media and that they'll basically the application that auto runs will take over the screen and flash red and white and play a siren. All right. And then we look at the person and we know exactly who did it. And the question is, we told you 2 days ago never to do that. Why did you do that? And the answer is always the same. Well, I thought it belonged to somebody in the class, and I wanted to be able to give it back to him. Bull, whatever. You were nosy. You wanted to see what was on that drive. It's human nature. We took advantage of that. That's what baiting does. Okay. Spam and spam, unsolicited bulk email messages. Some messages still reach and deceive inexperienced users. That's mostly advertising. Shoulder surfing, visually capturing confidential information, passwords, and PIN numbers by observing a user's input. And that can be done directly. Or I can literally look over your shoulder. Or I can put a camera in the ceiling, okay, in the drop ceiling, which you're probably not going to notice, directly over your keyboard so I can see what you're entering, okay? Or I can use binoculars. I used to work across the street at a school, across the street from Citrix corporate headquarters on a cloudy day, all right? Or in the evening, all right, with a pair of good binoculars, I can see right into the building, and I can see information on people's computer screens if the screen is facing the window, which a lot of them were. Okay. Dumpster diving, we already mentioned, retrieving sensitive information from discarded materials. Tailgating and piggybacking, these are two sides of the same coin. In a tailgating attack, the attacker would follow an authorized person into a secure area without their knowledge. Okay. You can mitigate that with physical security controls and awareness of your surroundings. All right. How would I do it? I'd stay a good 10, 12 feet behind you. You go up to a door where you have to swipe a card and put in a PIN number or whatever to unlock it. All right. You swing the door open and enter. As you're doing that, I, as quickly as I can and quietly as I can, sneak up to the door, grab it, turn the doorknob, and hold it. Okay. Make it look closed, but it's not closed. And then I count to 5, open the door, and follow you in. Piggybacking, the authorized person is aware someone is entering with them. The easiest way into a building is to have boxes of donuts or pizza, because somebody will open the door for you. Or having a bunch of heavy boxes in your arms. Somebody will open the door for you. Okay. It really is that simple. All right. So, sorry, I forgot to change the slide on that one. All right. So, phishing and delivery media. Phishing is one of the most prevalent and effective forms of social engineering. Email is the most recognized delivery method. Phishing techniques do extend to numerous communications channels, vishing, smishing, etc. Attackers adapt to the target and the situation. All right. Email is the most common phishing vector. Electronic postcards, e-cards containing embedded videos, animations, other visual elements designed to encourage interaction. Yeah. Okay. The only drawback is that a lot of email clients today block visual content from unrecognized senders by default. That reduces click-through rates. Okay. Instant messaging. It's faster, more interactive channel than email. The immediacy can work for or against the attacker. All right. Users might be more cautious with unfamiliar contacts, but they can also act impulsively. All right. Social networking, which combines characteristics, honestly, of both instant messaging and email with integrated messaging systems like Facebook Messenger. Attackers can exploit that by sending messages directly or by impersonating someone on the victim's contact list. Okay. And QR codes, quick response codes. QR codes can encode URLs, can be delivered through any medium. If the encoded URL leads to a malicious website, scanning the code can result in credential theft, device compromise, etc. All right. You can ignore them, but they're highly effective when they're disguised as coupons, promotions, or offers that are relevant to the target. People scan them without thinking. It's a quishing, we call it now. All right. All right. So what are some common components? All right. One, spoofing messages. And one common obstacle for phishing is that recipients tend to distrust messages from unknown or suspicious senders. So we can modify as an attacker, all right, or as a penetration tester, we falsify the header fields, particularly the from field that appears in the email client. All right. Most users assume that the from field can't be spoofed. So it's effective even against experienced recipients. Rogue domains, often deployed in DNS hijacking attacks. Malware can modify the victim's DNS settings to point to a malicious DNS server controlled by the attacker. That can allow the adversary to redirect legitimate URLs to spoof sites. Okay. So the victim might type google.com into the browser and then be redirected to a counterfeit site that mimics the legitimate one. And that's effective when combined with phishing messages. All right. I actually, and it was a lesson on how DNS worked. I did this many years ago when I taught at a college. I changed the host file on all the Windows systems. You can't really do this anymore because of the content distribution networks. But back when you could directly access Google servers by an IP, and Microsoft's Bing servers, or I think it was MSN at the time, I would set in the host file the IP addresses of all of Google systems to MSN or Bing. So if they typed www.google.com, since it matched the IP address, they went right to msn.com. All right. So I had the IP addresses for all of Bing servers mapped to all the Google domains. Yeah, it was fun until I figured it out. They had to remember from the lesson that the host file is automatically read and cached. Okay. Malicious links. All right. Obviously, suspicious URLs are going to raise red flags, but you can configure the link to look however you want. Okay. Malicious attachments is less effective than it used to be, but occasionally one can still slip through. Okay. And malicious attachments are often paired with spoofing. Okay. All right. Now, social engineering for reconnaissance. So rather than relying on technical reconnaissance, attackers can use social engineering to extract information directly from people associated with the target organization. You can impersonate an employee to obtain personnel records. All right. Call the HR department, request names, phone numbers, and email addresses for all employees in a particular department, claiming the information is needed to send out gifts or recognition awards. In reality, you're compiling a contact list. Gathering information during a job interview. All right. During an interview, shift the conversation to ask about technical operations. All right. Types of operating systems deployed, network storage solutions, internal application platforms. Create convincing fake social media profiles, complete with professional details that suggest affiliation with the target industry or company. The profiles then used to send connection requests to employees of the target. Once accepted, the attacker gains access to personal details. Physical security observations through tailgating. Assess the physical security measures, the number of security guards, the placement of coverage of surveillance cameras, presence of access control systems, and then hardware baiting for network discovery. Like I said, that one works all the time. You might have to drop 10 or 15 or 20 of them. Somebody will plug one of those in. I'll put money on it. Okay. And you can pick up small ones, small capacity ones. A lot of times they have them in like at the checkout at Staples or Office Depot or wherever you shop for office supplies. Okay. Not that they're that expensive. Office Depot always has USB drives on sale for a couple of bucks, usually like a 3 or 4 pack. Okay. For $10 or something like that. All right. Yeah. It's a little expensive, but what are you trying to do? Okay. And if it's penetration testing, the company's paid for it. What do you care? Okay. All right. Anyway, so that is that, and we have more activities for you to do. It is lab time. All right. So you are going to be firing up lab for lesson 3. Analyzing reconnaissance threats to network environments. All right. And when you launch out, you will land on Kali Linux. Okay. So there's performing reconnaissance on the network. Okay, examining reconnaissance incidents. Okay, capturing data with Wireshark. All right, and assessing the impact of social engineering. So everything in the courseware is included here. All right. So go ahead and get those labs fired up, and we're going to take this out to lunch. What I'm going to do, we're probably going to go a little late to lunch, but I'm going to put an hour and 15 minutes on the clock for the lab. And of course, take a break during that time. Let's fix that. There we go. 1 hour and 15 minutes on the clock. So get those fired up. I'm here in the background monitoring. So if you have any questions, issues, problems, concerns, just want to chat, you know exactly where to find me. All right. Good luck. Have fun. I'll check in with you before we go to lunch. All right, everybody, it's that time. We'll wrap up the labs. I know a few of you are still working. You're welcome to work through lunch if you like, or you can save it for the next time we do labs. We're going to go ahead and go to lunch now. Or it's got to be late at night for you guys on India Standard Time. Probably, I'm guessing around 11 p.m. So get a late night snack. We're gonna pick up when we come back with lesson 4, analyzing attacks on computing and network environments, and hopefully we should, maybe not. We're gonna see how far we can get. We might have to do the lab tomorrow, but we'll try to get through everything today. All right. So 1 hour on the clock. Enjoy your meal, and I'll see you when we return. Sorry about that. PowerPoint wanted to wrestle with me, and I wasn't going to lose, so it took a minute. All right. We're going to move into analyzing attacks on computing and networking environments. This one looks a lot longer than it really is. We'll talk about it. All right. So assess the impact of system hacking attacks. All right. So we're going to start with system hacking. All right. Targeting a server or workstation requires a blend of planning, skill, the right tools, persistence, unicorn blood, lots of different things. Attackers need to find one exploitable weakness. Defenders have to secure thousands of potential entry points, and therein lies the problem. Okay. The attacker begins with a specific objective, usually stealing sensitive data, deploying ransomware, or defacing a website, or they can be non-specific. They probe for weaknesses, probe for vulnerabilities, decide on what action to take later. Okay. No problem, Joe. I understand. Plan the attack. So the attacker develops a strategy, draws on experience, shared techniques, and automation tools. So what do we target? All right, the attacker is going to develop their strategy. They're going to target the underlying operating system, Windows, Linux. There's other operating systems, but no one cares. The web server application, Apache, IIS, Internet Information Services, Nginx. Supporting services like databases. Okay. MariaDB, MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL, Oracle, whatever. Other co-hosted servers on the same system or network. Remote access services and applications you may have in place like Secure Shell or Remote Desktop Protocol. Performing reconnaissance. Since the vulnerable entry point is unknown, attackers are going to investigate all possible avenues using methods like footprinting, scanning, enumeration, website crawling to map the structure, search engine queries to identify dynamic content, whois lookups for domain registration data, social engineering tactics, dumpster diving, identifying software versions, which software versions will lead to the next item, identifying potential vulnerabilities. The attacker researches for known flaws for any discovered systems and applications, referencing sources like the National Vulnerability Database, common vulnerabilities and exposures. And one of my favorites to go to is exploit DB. And let me pull that up here. And I'll give you guys the link before I pull it over so that you can open it up yourselves. And there we go. All right. So, oh, look, Windows storage, 811. Quality of service filter driver checker. This PowerShell script checks if your system is vulnerable to a vulnerability, blah, blah, blah. All right. Open it, run it, and review the output. Okay. And do they have, yep, downloadable exploit code. Or we can view it raw. Okay. Anyway. Anyway. There's other stuff here. There's exploits. There's a Google hacking database that can help you. All right, looking for things. Yeah, a lot of people are still looking. This hasn't been updated in a while. Can't believe people aren't hacking Google. They're all dated 2024. All right, anyway, I'll do a quick search for 2025 and see what's going on here. Nothing. Interesting. Okay, anyway. So identify potential vulnerabilities, then we're going to exploit those vulnerabilities because, well, that makes sense. Based on the identified weaknesses, we may start or stop services, modify and delete logs to hide the attack, extract sensitive data, load malware to infect other systems, alter forms or databases to redirect data, use the server to launch other attacks, deface the website, you name it. And then conduct post-attack activities, eliminate traces of the attack, actually working on an evade forensics, removing all the evidence that identifies the attacker. And we can do log tampering and artifact deletion. I'm working on a PowerShell script. I've got to figure out how to do it exactly. This is the piece I'm missing. I have to have it get the exact blocks that the data is stored on to shred the data. That's it. It's a quick one-off PowerShell script. It'll do a 35 pass wipe and trim the drive if it's an SSD. Okay. On whatever you're trying to delete. So it's not recoverable ever. I just have to make sure it's using, I have to verify that it used the original blocks, it overwrote the original blocks that the data it was stored on, not just randomly creating a new file and scrambling that. That's the catch. All right. Fun stuff. Okay, password sniffing. Password sniffing involves monitoring network traffic to capture credentials for later use. Attackers target transmissions where usernames and passwords are sent, either within the internal network or over the internet. All right. So if a network admin remotely connects to servers, sending credentials to an authentication server each time, if at any point any of those are transmitted in plain text, a sniffer can intercept and extract them. All right. Some key risks and considerations. All right. Plain text transmissions, unencrypted logins over public Wi-Fi. Those are highly vulnerable, obviously. Encrypted protocols protect credentials unless the attacker can get the decryption key. Well, how can they get the decryption key? Well, that's real easy, honestly. I exploit your system in another way. I trick you into clicking on something, or I use typo squatting, a mistyped URL. All right. If I control a website, or if I can modify the proxy settings on your computer and redirect you to me as the proxy server, where's the SSL? Where's the TLS endpoint? It's me. It's the attacker. Okay. So at that point, I could decrypt everything, see everything, and then I've got it. Okay. It's not as hard as it sounds for an attacker to pull off. They don't really even need to have physical access. You just need to visit a website with a 0-day vulnerability in your browser, and there's a freaking lot of them that you don't know about, but some attackers do, and definitely nation state actors do if you're government or a Fortune 500 company. Okay. And you're done. You can limit sniffing, of course, with network segmentation, preventing access to certain traffic flows. All right. Sure. All right. And sniffing can be active or passive. If it's active sniffing, we send crafted packets and elicit responses that could reveal credentials. Passive sniffing, which is usually what we're doing. We're monitoring traffic. We capture packets without direct interaction. Okay. All right. Now, password cracking. All right. Password cracking is the process of recovering passwords, secrets, encryption keys even, from stored or transmitted data. And attackers use different methods. Okay. Now, most passwords are hashed. Okay. If they're stored in plain text, that's trivial to crack. If we can get a copy of it, we got the password. All right. If we get a hash dump like this, all right, this is showing what the passwords are and the hash. The $6 most likely represents the hashing algorithm, and I can't remember in Linux which one that is off the top of my head, but that's neither here nor there. All right. The choice of algorithm matters. Weak hashes are easier to crack than strong ones. Salting, adding adding randomness to the password, concatenating it with the password. Usually it's an exclusive OR operation, but we merge the password with the salt and then run that through the algorithm. We could undo it on the other end as long as you know the salt. Okay. That's not really undoing it, but it's in Linux, the salt is stored with the password. So if you know the breakdown of the passwd file, I'm sorry, of the shadow file, the etc. shadow file, then you can tell what algorithm they used and what salt they used, and then the resulting hashed password. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, cryptographic salts are stored with the password. Okay. Can you brute force? Yeah, you could try every possible character combination with defined length and set parameters. All right, let me see if I can find this. Usually a company that publishes this. Let's see if this is the right one. If it comes up, and it's coming up very slowly. All right, this is from, I'll open it in a new tab. I'll save this into something. All right. That's, oh, that's using bcrypt. Okay, all right, anyway. All right, that's a pretty strong hashing algorithm. All right. Weaker algorithms will be significantly shorter than that. Let me see if I can find another one that may have, yeah, that's still using bcrypt. This is the one I usually use. Yeah, I'm looking at Hive systems. I'm seeing if I can find the older password table. At any rate, with MD5, with Message Digest 5, and I do have that one in the shared folder. Let me pull that one up. Yeah, this is from 2023. This is the last time they did it with MD5, Message Digest 5, which was still widely in use, believe it or not. You can see there's a kind of a significant difference in the algorithms. I'll make these about the same size and put them side by side so you can see the difference. All right. With a weak algorithm, cracking a 10-character password would take 2 weeks. Well, what if I throw 14 computers at it? How long does it take now? It takes a day or less. Okay. Passwords are, and you can see here that with a stronger hashing algorithm, this is using 12 RTX 5090s to hash to run bcrypt, all right, which is commonly used in Linux and Unix systems. 10-character password would take 803,000 years versus 2 weeks with a weaker algorithm. All right. Use strong passwords. Passwords aren't quite dead yet, okay? But the amount in computing power we have doubles every 18 months. Could I, as a hacker, could I break into your AWS account and launch 10,000 virtual machines if you don't really pay attention? You know, if I could crack into your account and get admin privileges, are you really paying attention to what's going on in AWS until you get the bill 25 days later? I could run 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 virtual machines cracking passwords. All right. At any rate, brute force will eventually be successful, is my point, but it could take years. All right. Now, the problem with passwords is that no matter how many times tell people not to use dictionary words, they use dictionary words because, well, those are the words we know. Typically, we have with a dictionary, we have passwords from a predefined word list. The most common word list, and let me see if I can find it on GitHub, is rocku.txt. All right. And let's see if it's here, rocku.txt. Let's do... There it is. Download the zip. Let's see how big that is. That's not too bad. Okay. So we'll open the file. 50 megabytes. Okay. Oh, it's zipped in there even again. All right. So it's actually huge. Okay. By the time I decompress it, it'll probably be the end of the day. No, it won't take that long, but take about 10 minutes. Okay. RockuTXT is the default dictionary that people use. It has every password that's ever been captured in a credential dump. So if you ever got a warning that, hey, we lost your password, sorry, yeah, it's in that file. Okay. And that will work. Faster than brute force, but it does rely on weak or predictable passwords. Hybrid combines dictionary lists with brute force modifications, substituting characters like @ for A, 3 for E, etc. It's faster than pure brute force, slower than dictionary. Rainbow tables. These are pre-computed lists of passwords and hashes. Salting prevents the use of attacks like rainbow tables. Windows doesn't use salting. Okay. So if somebody gets an Active Directory credential dump, they have a hash of your password, unsalted hash of your password. All right. So that's it. There are rainbow tables. Let me see because I think let's see if I can find SHA-256 just for fun. Looking to see if anybody has them for download. Now I can't find it for download real quick on the first set of results, but that's okay. It's there. Probably up to, I would say probably up to about 10 character passwords. All right. What's the minimum for your organization? 8. What do people always do the minimum of? Yeah, whatever their password is. All right. It's this catch-22. Basically, use multi-factor authentication and don't worry about this anymore. All right. Privilege escalation. Now, once an exploit is launched, attackers are going to try to expand control. So privilege escalation or elevation allows them to access additional resources, perform higher level actions, or bypass security restrictions. All right. Now, a normal or a limited account can exploit vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, insecure code, buffer overflows, flaws in access controls, and gain administrator or root privileges. With escalated privileges, attackers can now install software, exfiltrate sensitive data, disable security tools, and create persistent access. And the vertical privilege escalation is generally what people think of when we're talking about privilege escalation. You want to become the administrator, or you want access to the system account, or you want to be the root user. All right, so that you have all the privileges. But a real attacker might not need that. All right, so they've done reconnaissance on your organization. All right, and let's say I'm able to compromise, John, I'm able to compromise your account. All right, for whatever reason. I tricked you. I got your password. I'm sorry. It happens to the best of us. I actually was one click away from entering information on a site that I thought was ADP, and I'm like, something's off here. And sure enough, it was not ADP. Anyway, that was the one time I didn't check the headers for something that important. I was in a hurry on the email. All right. Anyway, it can happen to anybody. All right. So I've got your credentials. I can access your account, but you don't have the information I want. Okay. Michael does, or Yash does. So I use your account essentially to pivot and gain access to their account. All right. I can stay in the same privilege level and access data or functions belonging to other users. If it's a web-based application, for example, with a flaw, I can horizontally escalate by manipulating a URL or API request to get somebody else access to somebody else's account or files. Or I can install a keylogger or software keylogger, assuming you do hot desking and wait till he logs into the computer one day. All right. Privilege escalation, the most common attack vectors for this are exploiting unpatched operating system and application vulnerabilities, leveraging weak file or directory permissions, exploiting insecure session handling or token management, and using credential dumping to capture admin passwords and re-authenticate at a higher privilege level. Okay. All right. Social engineering for systems hacking. Yeah, it's still the most effective tool for compromise. All right. Impersonating the IT help desk, requesting the employee's username and password, trusting the authority, the employee complies, and now the attacker has direct access to sensitive systems. Sure. It's effective, okay? Technical exploitation, brute force, vulnerability exploitation. It's time consuming. That's, attackers are generally patient, but it's noisy. It can draw attention, and it can be uncertain. All right. Whereas tricking somebody can yield credentials in minutes. Okay. I don't know if anybody saw this. I think it's Jimmy Fallon or one of those guys is from a couple of years ago. You could find it on YouTube. They stop people on the street and ask them for their passwords. And some of them are like, oh no, I can't give you my passwords. And then they leak a little bit of information about it. Like, oh, it's it's the school I went to in the year I graduated. And then the interviewer say, oh, well, where did you grow up? Blah, blah, blah. What high school did you go to? Or what college did you go to? And they, oh, I went to blah, blah, blah. What year did you graduate? Now they got the password. It's so ridiculously simple. I can't overemphasize this. Security awareness has to be ongoing, and it should be fun. Okay. because otherwise people hear like Charlie Brown's teacher in Peanuts, and they don't listen, they don't absorb. Okay. Anyway. And the bottom line is that security technologies can't fully protect against human error or if employees lack awareness or training. Human beings are the weak link in security, period. All right. Now, system hacking tools and exploitation frameworks. Yep, we got a bunch of them. Password sniffers, Wireshark, packet capture and analysis, Cain and Abel. That's a sniffing tool, sort of, password recovery. TCP dump or T-Shark for command line packet capturing. Kismet for wireless sniffer. Ettercap has sniffing capabilities, mostly used for man-in-the-middle attacks, on-path attacks. BetterCap is another one. Nagios Network Analyzer for traffic monitoring and analysis. Password crackers, take your pick. John the Ripper, Cain and Abel, THC Hydra, PW Dump to extract password hashes from Windows systems. Offcrack, Loftcrack, Medusa, Ncrack, OCL Hashcat. There's a bunch of them. Exploitation frameworks, Metasploit. Yep. There's also Core Impact. That's for advanced testing. Metasploit framework is free. Metasploit is not. Okay. Canvas is another, that's a commercial pen testing tool with extensive exploit libraries. They're all, Metasploit framework is free. Metasploit, Canvas, Core Impact, those are expensive. Okay. W3AF, Web Application Attack and Audit Framework. Beef, the Browser Exploitation Framework. That's for client-side attacks. Sure, there's a number of different ones out there. Okay. All right, so assessing the impact. Yep, you're going to be doing that in the lab. Okay. Lots of lab in this one. All right, so let's talk about client-side and server-side attacks. All right, so we're going to assess the impact of web-based attacks. So web-based attacks fall into two categories. Client-side attacks targeting the end user through the web browser. It typically relies on social engineering to trick the user into executing malicious code somehow. All right. Typically involving malicious JavaScript or some other client executed code embedded in web pages, or, well, there's other ways to do it. So a user could click on a deceptive link that triggers a browser exploit, causing a crash, opening a backdoor, installing man-in-the-browser software, etc. Server-side attacks exploit vulnerabilities in the server software, the applications that are running on the servers, or the configurations themselves. That can lead to malicious code being served to all connecting clients. Like code injection into a web application can infect every user who visits the website. Okay. All right, so what are some common attacks? All right, well, cross-site scripting. All right. Cross-site scripting, XSS, exploits weaknesses in input validation and script handling within web applications to run malicious code in a user's browser. All right, now most browsers today require same origin. They have a same origin policy, so they won't run scripts from outside the current domain. Input validation, though, yeah, if you're not validating your input, the attacker really can do whatever they want. Okay. You have to strip away the programmatic quality of certain characters that are being input into a web form. Now, there's another catch with this. Okay. So let's say I go to a website. I'm just going to go to Reddit. Okay. So we'll go to reddit.com. I'll pull up Reddit. All right. Okay. That's interesting. All right. So there we go. So developer tools. Okay. Great. So I open up the developer tools and, well, I can see all the elements, right? I can look at sources so I can see where things are coming from. All right, JavaScript. I can look at the actual JavaScript. Can I manipulate it? Yep. Okay. Can I get in and modify the source code? Sure can. All right. So there's a script and I can just, I don't want to run this. So I'm gonna pull this out. So I'm gonna delete that. And yeah, so you get the idea. All right. I clicked away from it. I have so if you're only validating input on the client side, you're screwed because the client has access to the source code. Period. All right. Oh yeah, fun stuff. All right, so different types of cross-site scripting. Stored cross-site scripting is malicious code that's permanently injected into a site, typically through forums and comments. All right. How do we do it? Well, it's the same. It's not going to work today. Typically, I mean, you might find the odd website or two that goes there, but I'll just go into the comments on something. All right. And I would join the comment and I would put in a script tag and put in whatever my malicious code is here. Alert, whatever to do a pop-up. And that's not the actual code. And then end the script, submit that. That goes into the database like any other comment. However, because of the HTML tags, when it's rendered, it doesn't render on the page like a comment. It renders in the background as part of the page and then executes on the client. All right. Now, a reflected attack, an attacker would embed a malicious script into a crafted URL or a form request. When the victim clicks on the link, the server then reflects the script back to the user, executing it in their browser. All right. And then for document object model DOM-based cross-site scripting, we're just exploiting the client side. The attack executes entirely in the browser without ever being sent to a server. All right, and this can lead to theft of cookies, session hijacking, redirection of malicious sites, unauthorized actions in a web application, etc. Now, even worse is a cross-site request forgery. This exploits the trust between a user's authenticated session and a web application using the browser to perform unauthorized actions. All right, now the way it works, the victim logs into a trusted site, all right, whatever.bank, and they check the box, remember me. That stores an authentication cookie. Then, tab's still open. The attacker sends you a crafted link that includes a malicious action, like a fund transfer using the bank web applications APIs. You click on the link while you're still authenticated. All right. The site processes the request using the stored cookie, believing it's legitimate. I've just transferred $5,000 from your savings account into my offshore account in the Cayman Islands. All right. And it's difficult, if not impossible, to detect because the actions appear to have been legitimately performed by the end user, as far as the web application can tell. This relies on saved authentication tokens in browser cookies. And it can be triggered through a compromised website, email, instant messaging, etc. Extremely dangerous. Protected against a lot more today than in the past, but still an issue. All right. So that was the example. All right. SQL injection. All right. Structured query language injection, and also your courseware talks about command injection, so I'll talk about that too. All right. Command injection or code injection occurs when an attacker inserts malicious code into a vulnerable application, and that can lead to things like denial of service, unauthorized data retrieval, malware installation, privilege escalation. All right. Now, SQL injection is the most common form. It's targeted applications, web applications that use SQL, structured query language, to to communicate with a database. All right. And SQL injection will manipulate the four main SQL operations: select, insert, update, and delete. Okay. Now, if you're not already familiar with SQL, structured query language, all right. Structured query language is it's an American National Standards Institute, an ANSI standard, but it's a standard in the way that English is a standard, in that it's spoken differently in every country that speaks English. Okay. So you can think of MySQL as being like Canadian English. Microsoft SQL as being like American English. PostgreSQL being like English spoken in India. You can think of I'm trying to think of others. IBM DB2 like what's spoken in I don't know. I'm trying to Australia. Okay, and we keep going on. And then Oracle is like I don't know. I think that's like Old English, like Chaucer, because nobody understands that. All right, it's very arcane. At any rate, but the languages are very similar, so you can get a general understanding. If you're not already familiar with it, being familiar with SQL, I'm going to give you guys a link here to W3 Schools. I highly recommend this one. So to W3 Schools, they have a SQL tutorial. You can learn the basics in a few minutes. Select, insert, update, delete. It's really simple. It's minutes to learn, a lifetime to master kind of thing. All right, which is really the best way to look at it. Okay, so how does SQL injection actually work? Well, let me pull up Notepad here and I'll show you an example. Okay. So let's say we have a web form that asks for you to log in, username and password. Okay. And the poorly written SQL statement behind this in the web application would be select all from the users table where, if I could spell, where username is equal to, and then it's expecting something there, and password is equal to whatever it's expecting. Okay, you to type. All right, so I type blah, okay, dash dash. So normally what it would expect is select all from users where username is equal to Joe and password is equal to password 123, and then it will authenticate the user. Okay. What I've changed it to, but with that SQL injection, and that is the simplest form that you could pull off today, and no, it will not work. Okay. I have changed it to this. Copy that. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. How about you just freaking paste it? Not tell me about Copilot. Okay. Why are we suddenly bolding that? All right, I don't know. I really, I mean, can you screw up Notepad? All right, so there it is. Select all from users where username is equal to blah, because that's it. All right. All right, now there's a little bit more to this. So the double dash gets rid of the comment. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to put or. That would test it to see if I would get an error message. Okay. Now I would put or 1 is equal to 1. All right. So now it's going to say where username is blah or 1 is equal to 1. Does 1 equal 1? Last time I checked, I'm authenticated. There is no username blah, which is what I tested the first time. All right. Then I put in or 1 is equal to 1. Well, since there's no username blah, does 1 equal 1? Yes, you're authenticated. That's it. That's the simplest form of SQL injection. And that's why input validation is so important. Okay. Now, today, I'm going to be honest with you, it's a lot more complicated than that. Okay. You are going to have to test input fields, URL parameters, cookies, post data, HTTP headers, looking for syntax errors that can be triggered by a single quote. If the error reveals database details, then we can craft queries that alter the execution logic. All right. And you can use expressions like 1 is equal to 1, always true, or 1 is equal to 2, which is always false, combined with the comment statements, sure. So if that's injected into a login form, it changes the query, it'll return all the records, granting unauthorized access. Okay. How do we defend against it? Well, input validation and sanitization on both the client and server side. Use stored procedures rather than having the web application generate queries directly, and use prepared statements and parameterize queries where we take whatever the user entered and we put it into a parameter. All right. So yeah, that binds the values, okay, into the parameter so it can't be used programmatically against the database server. It prevents user input from altering the SQL structure. Okay. All right, a directory traversal attack. These pop up from time to time. All right. And this is an attack where the attacker gains access to files or directories outside the intended scope. All right. So, for example, I'll use the notepad again here. All right. By default, and we'll just use the default directory. It's not Windows, it's inetpub, inetpub /www root. Okay. That's the default directory for holding web pages for an IIS server. So a file like index.html or index.asp or aspx or .php would be in there by default. Okay, we're probably gonna have to do a little bit more work than that. All right. So what I would try to do is, and this would map to the website HTTPS let's do soylent.xyz. Okay. All right. Soylent Corporation, they make wonderful food products. They're made by people, for people, from people. All right. Sorry. That's actually that I actually own that domain name. Whenever I write papers, that's the fictional company I use. All right. Anyway. So at any rate, so that maps to the inetpub www root directory. All right. So all I need to do is type HTTPS, okay, soylent.xyz, xyz // // windows Windows slash, there we go. I can type. I swear, System 32. Sorry, it's a new keyboard. Okay, I can't. I gotta move it like a quarter inch to the right or something. All right, so there we go. Slash System 32 slash cmd.exe. Oops. Okay. So directory traversal can also lead to command injection, because now I can just start, quest query format .exe. What is the space? I think it's %20. I forget off the top of my head. %20 format. Format %20 again, %20 C. What's the colon? Whatever. All right, I got to look up my chart. You get the idea how dangerous that can be? Okay. These are popping up. They're starting to pop up again. Back in the day, like 25, 30 years ago, early days of the World Wide Web, this used to be ridiculously easy to pull off. And for a while, it was extremely difficult, but there seem to be a lot of vulnerabilities lately with this again. All right. Now, if you execute that with sufficient privileges, which you are on the server, since it's a server application running on the system, it can open a command prompt and execute whatever you're telling it to. Now, some applications detect traversal sequences and block them. So attackers can bypass that, okay? A dot is, for example, that is %2E, okay, as the hex code, the URL encoding. A slash, that one is percent, let's go with 2F, okay? 20 was the space, etc. There's lists of these out there. If the filters don't decode and inspect the input properly, something like that can invade detection. And you can do double encoding. You could try a number of different things. All right. All right. And what does this lead to? Well, beyond breaking out of the directory you're in and getting into the host system, this can lead to file inclusion. All right. So a file inclusion attack occurs when an attacker forces a web application to load and execute a file that was not intended by the developer. All right. So let's go back and we'll use the example. I'll use Red Hat now, where the var www/html directory, okay, which maps to another domain, HTTPS. We'll pronounce it correctly, uranus.icu, pronounce it however you like. And at any rate, so the attacker would simply type HTTPS uranus.icu // Okay, so they broke out of the HTML directory, they broke out of the www directory, they broke out of the var directory. Now they go to the etc directory and have the passwd file displayed on the screen, providing the list of user accounts, user IDs, primary group IDs, login shells, etc. Everything but the password for an account. All right, that's local file inclusion. All right, so it loads a file that's already present on the target server, typically, as we see here, paired with directory traversal to locate sensitive files. Okay. And it could also use something like a null byte on the end, %00, all right, to bypass suffix enforcement, like requiring PHP or HTML or ASPX or whatever. Okay. So local file inclusion. All right. And this could also be if there's like an index .php file And we could get more complicated. So like index.php, and it lets you specify like a font that you want to use on the page. Yeah, we can set it like that too. So there's variations on this. Okay. Remote file inclusion. All right. Very similar. All right. So I'll use the same example. So instead of specifying the font you want to use, all right, I just tell you to go to HTTPS // malwares are us.com. Okay. /malicious.js. Executing it on the server. All right. So we can end up executing malicious code on the server or the client, expose sensitive data, perform a denial of service attack, compromise the system if system utilities can be executed. All right. Validate and sanitize all input, disable remote file inclusion in server configurations, usually is by default. Implement whitelists for file parameters and restrict file permissions to limit what web apps can read or execute. All right. I have a lot of fun because I like to use Markdown. I think I mentioned this yesterday to write with, but a lot of the characters that Markdown uses can be used for SQL injection. All right. So I have a website that will convert Markdown into HTML for display on the page, but it is extremely problematic to work with. All right. Anyway. All right. So, okay. Additional web application vulnerabilities and exploits. Session fixation. This occurs when an attacker forces a victim to use a known valid session ID, which allows the attacker to later take over the victim's authenticated session. All right, how does this work? All right, old example, it could still work today. If the target web application doesn't regenerate session IDs on authentication, and if it provides session IDs prior to authentication. So I go to the website that I want you to go to, and I create a session without logging in. I get a session ID and a cookie. I send you a malicious link, say, hey, go check out this website with the session ID in the URL parameters. Now you are using that session ID. You authenticate. Now, if I connect using that same session ID, I'm you. I'm authenticated. Brilliant. Okay. Session prediction. This is usually an exploit in token generation. If an attacker can guess or mathematically predict a future valid session ID, they can hijack the associated session before it's legitimately established. Okay. Use a global unique identifier. That's it. A global unique identifier is 128-bit integer. All right. What is 128 bits? It is a very large number. Okay. 2 to the 128th power is, and I quote, okay, 340 undecillion, 282 decillion, 366 non-alien, 920 octillion, 938 septillion, 463 sextillion, 463 quintillion, 374 quadrillion, 607 trillion, 431 billion, 768 million, 211,456 possible values. Okay. It's a lot. You're not going to randomly generate 2 of them. You're not going to predict the next one that's used unless it's a horrible algorithm that just counts up by 1, which I suppose is possible. All right. Clickjacking, tricking a user to click into a hidden or a disguised link or button. The attacker overlays on a website an invisible iframe, a frame, all right, over a legitimate element. You think you're clicking on a button or you're clicking on a link. You're actually clicking on something with a transparency of 100 that you can't see that is a link to somewhere else, okay? Cookie hijacking, stealing your cookie. If I steal your cookie, I'm you. That's it. Cookies are often stored or transmitted as plain text, especially over unsecured HTTP. The solution to that, don't do that. All right. And then cookie poisoning, an attacker can alter the contents of a cookie stored in the browser, send it back to the web server, and if the application trusts the data in the cookie without validation, you can escalate privileges, bypass authentication, or exploit other application logic flaws. Don't really expect a lot of this to work today, but it's possible. Okay. You should regenerate session IDs after authentication. You secure unpredictable session token generation. For clickjacking, implement X-frame options and content security policy headers to prevent against that. Always transmit cookies over HTTPS and restrict client-side access, okay, through JavaScript, HTTP only, and validate and sanitize all cookie data server-side before use. Those are your solutions. Okay. Web services exploits. So a web service is software that's designed to enable communication between devices over a network or applications over a network, facilitating interaction between, let's say, 2 applications running on different platforms, which is much more common today. Web services typically use standardized protocols, if they are, Web Services Description Language, WSDL, which defines the functions and operations provided by a web service, including parameters, return values, and binding information. Simple Object Access Protocol, which uses extensible markup language, XML-based messaging to transmit structured data between clients and services. And UDDI, Universal Description Discovery and Integration, which is a registry service for locating and integrating available web services. Okay. Representational state transfer, RESTful APIs are often used today as well. The use of SOAP is kind of considered to be legacy at this point. It's a different architectural approach than SOAP. SOAP-based web services, WSDL, SOAP, and UDDI form a complete formal specification-driven approach. It's heavily structured. There's strict protocols and constructs. It's XML-centric. REST, representational state transfer. There's no central registry requirement like UDDI. There's no formal language like WSDL. We often use OpenAPI or Swagger instead. XML isn't required. It can use XML. It can use JavaScript object notation. It can use whatever. YAML, yet another markup language. And it uses standard HTTP methods directly. It's simpler and resource-oriented, I guess is the way to put it. Okay. That's not mentioned in your coursework, but I thought you should be aware of it. Okay. Now, because web services are the backbone for business-critical applications, their compromise leads to severe impacts on confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So a lot of attacks target weaknesses in the configuration, the validation, or the input handling. All right. Now, if I haven't mentioned validate, all right, sanitize, etc., parameterize your input before, I'm telling you again, that's what you have to do. Okay. All right. Now, different exploits, probing. That's typically an initial reconnaissance, attempting to identify vulnerabilities, sending crafted requests to the services. So if WSDL documentation is exposed, it can reveal the complete list of available operations and input parameters. And then attackers can test all of those and inject special characters to see how it responds. It can reveal flaws. Coercive parsing targets SOAP by abusing the XML parsing logic. So attackers can submit excessively large XML payloads, repeated requests, recursive entity definitions like an XML bomb attack, like billion laughs, to consume memory and CPU resources. External references. That exploits poor SOAP configurations that allow XML content from external untrusted sources. No, 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 no. The XML parser retrieves schemas or external entities from third-party locations, and attackers can inject malicious content or alter the schema definitions, which can result in corrupted data parsing, service crashes, and data integrity issues. In some cases, the attacker might leverage the vulnerability to launch a denial of service attack or exfiltrate sensitive information. Malware delivery, of course, we can embed malicious payloads in XML, which could be executable files, compressed archives, etc. If we're not validating and sanitizing, then the files can be processed. All right. And then SQL injection can also occur through SOAP requests. All right. Best practice, use REST. No, I mean, SOAP is actually still good for, it's not like, I don't want to really call it legacy. It was the only thing for a while. REST is the new hotness kind of thing. And it's quicker for a lot of things, but it's not, I don't consider it as secure, all right, as SOAP. SOAP is better for enterprise applications. Just, disable public access to web services description language files unless it's required, enforce strict XML schema validation, block and validate all external references, implement content filtering to scan for malware, and use parameterized queries and input sanitization and validation. Okay. All right. So some web-based attack tools. Yeah, we got a bunch of them. All right. SQL Map is an open source pen testing tool. It's in Kali Linux. Automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection vulnerabilities. Metasploit framework includes payloads, exploits, auxiliary modules for testing vulnerabilities, including web application flaws. All right. Burp Suite, that's a web vulnerability scanner and testing suite, includes a proxy server, repeater, intruder, and other tools for intercepting, modifying, and replaying HTTP, HTTPS traffic. It's frequently used in web application security testing. I use it frequently. OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project. We have Web Scarab. That's an older, still useful tool, intercepting HTTPS and HTTP requests for detailed analysis. The ZAttack proxy is newer. It has automated scanners, fuzzers, and manual testing tools for identifying web application vulnerabilities. Web Application Attack and Audit Framework, W3AF. We talked about earlier, vulnerability scanner. Beef, we talked about earlier. Pen testing tool focusing on client-side attacks. Nikto is another good one. That's a web server scanner, identifies outdated software, configuration errors, insecure files, and other vulnerabilities. And then Paros Proxy is a web proxy tool for intercepting and modifying web requests and responses. And it can perform vulnerability scanning for issues like cross-site scripting and SQL injection. Okay. All right, so that leads us to yet another lab. We got lots of labs for this one, which is why I want to get through everything here. We're going to talk next about assessing the impact of malware, but it is about that time. So let's take a break. Let's take 10 minutes, stretch your legs, clear your heads, do what you need to do, and we'll be back. All right, welcome back. All right, so let's assess the impact of malware. Okay. So malware, malicious software, is any program or code designed to disrupt operations, gain unauthorized access, steal information, compromise confidentiality, integrity, or availability of systems and data, cause cats and dogs to start living together, and mass hysteria. Different categories of malware vary in how they propagate, hide, and execute their payloads. Yes. Okay, now, a lot of these today, this is classic. This is legacy. At any rate, we'll talk about it. Viruses, malicious code that attaches itself to legitimate files or programs and spreads when they're executed. It requires human action, opening an infected document or running an infected executable to propagate. It can corrupt data, damage files, serves as a delivery mechanism for additional malware. There's subtypes like macro viruses that target Office documents, boot sector viruses that target system startup code. I actually have one somewhere. Give me a second. I'll show you an example. It's not a malicious example. Have it in here. Where did I hide you? Okay, got it. I'm going to open up a PDF. Okay. Take me a second here. I'm going to bring it over. See if this executes. I think it does. No, it's not working in this one. Try the other one. I might have to have Adobe Reader for this. Yeah, it's not working. Let me download another one. I think it works in Fox PDF Reader. Well, I'll look at it another. Maybe it'll open in the browser. Might execute in the browser. Let's try that. Let's open that with Edge. Let's see if it executes in there. It's stalling, so it may or may not execute. We'll give it a minute. We'll see if we can come up with it. Anyway. Worms are self-replicating. They spread without user interaction, exploiting vulnerabilities in operating systems or network services. Worms can spread rapidly across networks, consuming bandwidth, system resources. Adware displays or downloads unwanted advertising content, typically bundled with free applications. Some adware is intrusive. Some malicious adware can track your browsing activity, inject ads into legitimate websites, redirect user traffic to attacker-controlled sites. Spyware, designed to gather information from a system without your knowledge, capturing keystrokes, screen activity, browser history, credentials, other sensitive data, transmit it to the attacker. Trojan horse, it's malware disguised as legitimate software or embedded within it. Trojans typically are a delivery platform for additional payloads like ransomware or remote access tools. They don't self-replicate, but they can create backdoors. A rootkit, designed to gain and maintain privileged access to a system while hiding its presence. They operate at the kernel level by replacing legitimate kernel level components, so making it undetectable. They can even be a boot kit rather, at the firmware level, the UEFI level, making it impossible to detect. Okay, nearly. Those are the most dangerous. Logic bombs are triggered by a specific event or condition, like a particular date, number of failed logins, or the deletion of a user account. Once it's triggered, logic bombs can delete data, disable systems, launch further attacks. Ransomware encrypts files or locks access to systems, demanding payment, typically in cryptocurrency, for decryption or restoration. And malvertising is delivery of malicious code through online advertisements, banners, pop-ups, pre-roll video ads. It can use drive-by downloads. Infection occurs without the user clicking the ad, or exploiting browser or plugin vulnerabilities through embedded scripts. Yep. Okay. Excuse me for one moment. Apologies, allergies just kicking in. All right. So, Trojan techniques. So, Trojans disguise themselves as legitimate or desirable software, tricking users into installing them. And again, they don't self-replicate. The strength lies, honestly, in deception, leveraging user trust, social engineering, in some cases, stealth to infiltrate a system and remain undetected. Common method for propagation is an attachment in a phishing email that appears to be benign. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, that's not going to work. All right, I'll try to show you that another way later. I thought it would work in PDF Gear, but which is the PDF reader I use. I hate Adobe with a passion. But anyway. What was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Trojans, yeah, social engineering. Anyway, you could download as an administrator a PowerShell script from a public code repository to streamline Active Directory user management. And if the script includes hidden malicious commands, it could function as advertised while also installing a backdoor or harvesting credentials. And Trojans can also be distributed through drive-by downloads. We are visiting a compromised or malicious website, triggers the automatic download and installation of the payload without explicit user consent. And that can occur through exploit kits that take advantage of unpatched browser or plugin vulnerabilities. All right. Common Trojan objectives: denial of service. Okay. Data destruction or corruption, deleting critical files, altering stored information. Most likely it's more like credential theft, logging keystrokes, capturing screenshots, intercepting network transmissions to collect passwords, session tokens, other sensitive data, or creating backdoors. Having a persistent remote access channel that allows the attacker to control the compromised system without detection. And botnet recruitment, installing bot software that enables the infected system to be remotely commanded as part of a larger distributed attack infrastructure, often for spam campaigns or distributed denial of service attacks. And they're difficult to detect because in a lot of cases, they appear to be fully functional, legitimate software. They can also employ different techniques like code obfuscation, fileless execution, use of legitimate administrative tools like living off the land to avoid triggering signature-based antivirus detection. All right. Now, virus and worm techniques. All right. Well, viruses, again, are also usually propagated through social engineering, email attachments, malicious downloads, files disguised as harmless content, like a template you want to use for your resume. Okay. Viruses can operate entirely in memory, or they can infect files on disk. Some target critical components. We don't really have to worry about infecting a master boot record anymore because we don't have one. We have a GUID partition table now. But we don't really have to worry about boot stuff with trusted boot, measured boot. But yeah, I mean, we can have polymorphic viruses that modify their code with each new infection, which evades signature-based detection. Armored viruses can hide their location or use code obfuscation to mislead anti-malware tools and hinder reverse engineering, which can make complete removal challenging. All right. And worms, they're similar to viruses, but they self-replicate, usually exploiting vulnerabilities or weak configurations in network systems, either flaws or vulnerabilities in the operating system itself or in the protocols that are being used. Some worms don't carry any malicious payload, but just cause disruption by consuming bandwidth. Okay. All right. Adware and spyware techniques. So adware is software that displays unsolicited advertisements, browser pop-ups, banners, injected content, and web pages. Some adware is just intrusive. Others are linked to malicious activity, including delivery of spyware. Even if they're not openly harmful, adware can degrade performance, consume bandwidth, and reduce user productivity. Spyware is more insidious, and that's designed to covertly gather information from the target. Browsing history, login credentials, personal details, financial data, any sensitive information. And this typically operates in conjunction with keyloggers to record keystrokes and intercept user input. How does it get installed? Social engineering. Sometimes it's bundled with legitimate software, especially freeware or shareware without clear disclosure. If anybody has ever downloaded uTorrent, microtorrent, you've probably gotten some adware at the very least. Okay. But both of these are designed to be hidden. Effective variants will minimize performance impact to avoid raising suspicion. Some spyware can disable security features or evade detection through obfuscation and stealth techniques. Okay. All right. Ransomware. All right. Ransomware often spreads through social engineering, phishing emails, malicious links, attachments. Opening the downloads, opening those will download a Trojan carrying the ransomware payload. Some attacks just bypass social engineering entirely, exploiting software vulnerabilities to gain access. But once it's active, the ransomware can encrypt files on the local device and any connected network shares. Now, early versions of ransomware didn't actually encrypt anything on the drive. They actually replaced a registry key that I happen to be familiar with. So I'm going to open up my registry editor here. So H key, local machines, software, Microsoft. We'll scroll down to, is it local machine? It was Windows NT. Is it Windows? Windows shell. Nope, that's not it. Crap. Maybe it's current user. Let me double check here. It's not local machine. Is it current user software? Microsoft. Windows NT, there it is. Current version and Win logon. All right. Or that one is actually hidden. There should be current version, Win logon. I must have completely missed it somewhere. It's got to be in local machine. It's got to be hidden. Microsoft. There it is. Windows NT. I just didn't go far enough. Windows NT current version. And there should be an item here. Have they taken it out in this version of Windows? It appears they have. There it is. Okay. Current version Win logon. I'm looking for shell. Okay. Explorer exe. So this is the link. I'll copy that for you if you're interested. Now, early days of Windows, I used to play with I was in my 20s. I played with alternate shells and stuff like that to be cool. Along with a lot of other things. I didn't just dual boot my computer. And we're talking, I might have had a 2 gig hard drive. I was booting Windows 95 or 98, Windows NT, not Windows, OS2, some variant of Linux, the B operating system, Berkeley Softworks, I think it was GeoWorks, and a couple of others. I didn't mess around with operating systems. All right. But Explorer exe, you could change that to anything you want. So if I change it to calculator, calc.exe, when somebody logs into a system, the only thing that will happen is the calculator will appear on the screen. No desktop, no folders, no start menu, nothing, just the calculator. And if they close the calculator, logs them out. Oh, fun stuff. Okay. That's what early ransomware did. All right. Now it's crypto ransomware. And yeah, it's actually encrypting it with 256-bit AES encryption. All right. Which, despite the shows you watch on television, all right, where they, like NCIS, where they are decrypting things in 10 seconds in a graphical user interface, all right, you are not going to decrypt this anytime soon. All right. The number of possible keys in 256-bit encryption is 115 Quattaro Vigintillion, 792 Tre Vigintillion, 89 Duo Vigintillion, 237 Unvigintillion, 316 Vigintillion, 195 Nobdekillion, 423 Octakillion, 577 Decillion, 985 Sextillion, 8 Quintillion, 687 Quattaro Decillion, 907 Tre Decillion, 853 Duo Decillion, 269 Undecillion, 904 Decillion, 665 nonillion, 640 octillion, 564 septillion, 39 sextillion, 457 quintillion, 584 quadrillion, 7 trillion, 913 billion, 129 million, 639,936 possible keys. Not going to happen. All right. So you have to pay. Okay. So what's the payload? Okay. Payloads can be simple to highly advanced. The earlier ones, like I said, just change the Windows shell. Okay, creating inconvenience, not permanent damage. More advanced payloads today are going to target the boot process, alter the partition table, prevent the operating system from loading. Ransom demands in those cases can come through another medium like email. All right. And of course, encrypting all your files. The attacker embeds a public key in the payload. When it's executed, the ransomware generates a symmetric key to encrypt the files, encrypts the symmetric key with the attacker's public key. All right, which can then only be decrypted with their private key. The symmetric key and the plain text are then destroyed. Well, not the symmetric key. The plain text is destroyed, leaving only the encrypted files and the asymmetric ciphertext. The victim sends the ciphertext in payment to the attacker, who uses their private key to recover the symmetric key and theoretically decrypts it. Nice. All right. How does payment work? Typically in Bitcoin. All right. Some will accept prepaid vouchers or wire transfers to cash offices, avoiding traceable bank accounts. All right. Now, to encourage compliance, a lot of follow through on decryption after payment. It doesn't cost them anything and it preserves their reputation, which makes future victims more likely to pay. For non-paying victims, operators often threaten to destroy the private decryption key after a set deadline, permanently locking the data. Okay. Some of these organizations, some of these criminal organizations, they like to double dip today. So they'll get a copy of your stuff. They will decrypt it for you, and then they'll blackmail you that they're going to release all the documentation unless you pay them again. That's nice. Honestly, I wish I had thought of some of this. All right. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. Supply chain attacks target the internet-connected process of producing, distributing, and delivering goods or services. And each stage depends on the previous one, compromising a single link, especially early on in the chain. That can have widespread consequences for vendors, customers, entire industries. Attackers can physically tamper with devices, install malware, compromise supporting systems like industrial control systems, inventory management, power infrastructure, sure, which can cascade from manufacturers to distributors, vendors, and ultimately consumers, resulting in lost revenue, operational downtime, and reputational damage. Okay? Things can be installed on motherboards after they're manufactured. The NSA had a program for that. They may still. Okay? I am sure other government agencies do. If there's a breach in the supply chain, like I had a laptop I ordered a few years ago, custom, coming from China, of course, where laptops are manufactured. It was an HP laptop. Got held up in customs for like 25 days. Nope, not accepting the laptop. Customs should have been in and out for a company like HP sending something to the United States. It should have been a checkbox, not sitting there for 25 days. God knows what could have happened. You wouldn't know. The NSA actually had a program. Let me find it. I'll let you read about it. Let me find it. From a few years ago. I gotta bookmark this because I haven't bookmarked it here. There we go. All right. So I'll send you the link. This was a Tor developer, you know, the privacy network, the Onion router. All right. She was in Seattle. Okay. She ordered a laptop from Amazon. Okay. Where, let's pull this up here, see it a little bit better. All right. Package left the seller facility, is in transit to the carrier. Received by the carrier in Santa Ana, California, went to Anaheim, California, where it went to Dulles, Virginia, and then to Alexandria, Virginia. Okay. And there's a lot of information here. You know, you can read more about it. So yeah. Okay. if you're interested. So that's a perfect example. Now, I don't think I'm a target, but I'm still not going to trust anything that gets stuck in customs for 25 days. Not an electronics device. Okay, personal opinion. All right, anyway. Okay. So supply chain attack. Malware tools. There's a number of them. I'm not going to go over them. Anything they mention here, NetBus, Sub7, back orifice, those are ancient. They're not in current use. What I do want to talk about, it won't be on the exam. I just want to mention it. All right. Is fileless malware, which is the most common type of malware that is being used today. It operates without writing files to a hard drive, which makes it nearly impossible to detect and analyze using traditional security methods. All right. Fileless malware leverages legitimate system tools and processes that are already present on the target machine. And it operates through memory-based execution running entirely in RAM. All right. Using built-in system tools, PowerShell, WMI, other administrative utilities. It could theoretically store information, malicious code in registry entries rather than files. Registry only exists in memory. All right. It can inject malicious code from that point into legitimate running processes or just run on its own. All right. And this can come again from phishing emails, compromised websites with exploit kits, through social engineering attacks, through supply chain compromises. All right. But traditional antivirus can't detect it. Even EDR and XDR have a hard time with it because it operates in memory and uses lol bins, live off the land binaries, legitimate tools. So it evades signature-based detection methods. Okay. In fact, the tools it's using are digitally signed by Microsoft. You're really going to have to implement user and entity behavioral analysis and anomaly detection, restrict PowerShell and scripting environments, and train users to recognize social engineering attempts. Okay. That's malware. All right, let's talk about the impact of hijacking and impersonation attacks. All right. All right, so spoofing, impersonation, and hijacking. All right. Spoofing, it's a software-based attack where the attacker falsifies a user, process, IP address, email header, or some other unique identifier in order to appear legitimate. And that can deceive not only people, but systems, allowing for unauthorized access or data manipulation. Impersonation is really a social engineering attack where the attacker pretends to be a trusted individual, typically over the phone or email, posing as a bank customer service representative to request login credentials under the guise of a security upgrade. That's most effective when identity verification is weak or absent. And then session hijacking is an attack that takes control of an active user session, allowing the attacker to access data services or systems as though they were the legitimate user. And that can involve stealing or predicting session tokens. All right. So let's talk about ARP spoofing, address resolution protocol spoofing. All right. Well, ARP, which is on the way out because that's an IP version 4 only protocol in favor of secure neighbor discovery in IP version 6. ARP is the dumbest protocol that we have. It is the backwoods Kentucky hillbilly, Tennessee hillbilly, whatever, of protocols. It just believes whatever it's told. All right. ARP spoofing or ARP poisoning is an attack where an attacker associates a legitimate IP address with a fraudulent MAC address. So by exploiting the address resolution protocol, which maps IP addresses to MAC addresses, and of course, ARP updates its cache dynamically. So an attacker will just repeatedly send forged ARP replies, either beating a legitimate system with an ARP reply, or just gratuitously broadcasting them. The attacker then overwrites the victim's valid cache entries, redirecting network traffic to their device. Typically, the attacker will spoof the IP address of the default gateway for a subnet with their MAC address so that all traffic on the local subnet is sent to it. On a local subnet, you do not communicate with TCP/IP, you communicate with Ethernet at the data link layer, not at the network layer. That's why this works. How can you mitigate against this? You can use static ARP entries, manually configuring ARP tables to prevent unauthorized changes. You can restrict ARP traffic to small segments to limit the attack's reach. Yep. Use IDSs, intrusion detection systems, and intrusion prevention systems to monitor for unusual ARP changes, especially multiple IP addresses linked to a single MAC address. You can implement port security on the switch, as well as DHCP snooping and dynamic ARP inspection on the switch. Port security will limit the number of MAC addresses allowed per switch port, and DHCP snooping and dynamic ARP inspection will ensure that the ARP entries align with the IP to MAC address mappings obtained through trusted DHCP assignments, because they know the DHCP server and they know what the MAC addresses are connected to their ports. All right. That also helps prevent against other types of attacks, like, well, DHCP attacks. DNS poisoning or cache poisoning. We insert fraudulent DNS records into the server's resolver cache so that users are directed to malicious IP addresses instead of malicious ones. Since the redirection is happening at the DNS resolution stage, users don't notice anything. So the way this works is typically the attacker sends repeated queries for a random subdomain of a legitimate site to the target DNS server. The target server then forwards those requests to the legitimate authoritative DNS server. But before the legitimate response arrives, the attacker forges a DNS reply with a name service record claiming to be the authoritative name server for the domain and a host record pointing that authoritative name server to the attacker's malicious server. Okay. Then the target DNS server caches the forged records. When users request that legitimate subdomain, the DNS server refers them to the malicious server, returning an attacker, which returns an attacker-controlled IP address. And the spoof site then captures credentials, serves malware, whatever. All right. And yeah, the attacker can break into a DNS server directly and modify the cache. No. I mean, you can, but not really. All right. You can exploit outdated DNS software, sure. All right, that's possible. All right. This just kind of shows the example. DNS hijacking, slightly different method. It modifies a system's DNS settings so that queries are sent to an attacker-controlled DNS server. All right. Unlike DNS server poisoning, which targets the DNS server's resolver cache, hijacking changes the DNS server settings directly on the victim's device or network equipment and essentially poisons your own cache. Okay? It poisons the client resolver cache. There's different attack methods. Malicious software can alter your TCP/IP settings to replace DNS server addresses with attacker-controlled ones. There's different configuration exploits. Unauthorized access to routers or endpoints can allow manual changes to DNS settings. All right. But the attacker server, again, can redirect you to a malicious website, inject adware, spyware, additional malware, intercept and manipulate your web traffic. There is a solution to that. Use DNS over HTTPS. All right. Then it doesn't know the attacker doesn't know it's a DNS query, which are sent in clear text. All right. DHCP spoofing. This occurs when an attacker sets up a rogue DHCP server to respond to client IP address requests faster than a legitimate server. Okay. So the method they're showing you here is they position themselves close to the target, or they attempt to delay the DHCP server's response through a denial of service attack. Then the rogue DHCP server will respond to the clients requesting IP addresses with bogus network parameters that route all the victim's traffic through the attacker. All right, that's one way. Another way would be to perform a denial of service attack against the DHCP server using a tool like DHCPig to consume all of the available addresses in the DHCP scope and then turn on the rogue DHCP server, which will now answer any request unrestricted, since the real DHCP server can't actually hand out any IP addresses. That works too. Sorry, I'm smiling at that one. Yeah. All right. Just enable DHCP snooping on switches to ensure only trusted ports can send DHCP server responses, and restrict DHCP services to authorized network segments and devices. All right. Session hijacking. All right. Session hijacking occurs when an attacker gains control of an active, authenticated session between a client and server, typically by stealing the session cookie used for authentication. Different attack methods. All right, we can use a fixed session ID like we talked about earlier, traffic sniffing, capturing session cookies, and cross-site scripting exploitation, injecting malicious code into a website that runs in the browser and then extracts victims' session cookies. Okay. How do we prevent against this? Use transport layer security to encrypt session data, regenerate session IDs after login, secure and HTTP only cookie flags, and validate session activity and enforce timeouts. All right, that's it. Okay. And then just different hijacking and spoofing tools. HPing 3 is a network tool for crafting and sending custom TCP/IP packets to test firewalls, perform reconnaissance, and spoof traffic. Nmap can also be used for IP spoofing. Nmap has a scripting engine, and it has about 800 or 900 scripts built in that you can use or modify or write your own. Kane Enable is a password recovery and network analysis tool with ARP spoofing capabilities. Ettercap and BetterCap, that's a tool for man-in-the-middle attacks. Nemesis is another command line packet crafting tool that can spoof various network protocols. And then for session hijacking, we have Cookie Catcher, which can capture HTTP cookies over insecure networks. Droid Sheep, which can intercept and hijack web sessions over Wi-Fi. And Cookie Monster, which steals browser cookies to hijack user sessions and impersonate authenticated users. Okay. So lots of fun stuff. Oh, look, more lab again. Yep. Lots of lab. I'm trying to get to it. We may get to a certain point where I'm just going to let you do it. All right. It's a little bit early, but I'm going to need a restroom break anyway. So let's take a break now. We'll take 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, clear your heads. We're going to be back with assessing the impact of denial of service incidents. And yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do about that. All right, but we'll be back in 10. All right, welcome back. So now we're going to assess the impact of denial of service incidents. Yeah, okay. So there's not a whole lot you can do about denial of service attacks, honestly. All right, let's talk about and a denial of service attack is an attack to make a network application system unavailable to legitimate users by overwhelming it with malicious traffic and resource requests. This could be bandwidth flooding, saturating the network link, exploiting an application flaw, sending specially crafted data to exploit vulnerabilities or crash or destabilize the application. Resource exhaustion, sending numerous requests to consume CPU, memory, system resources, overwhelm APIs. Email flooding, overloading an inbox with spam so legitimate emails bounce or they're delayed. I mean, yeah, those are all different types of attack techniques. All right. Or different types of attacks. The attack techniques that can be used, ICMP floods, which are not going to work today. Most modern networks will block or limit internet control message protocol to mitigate this. Excuse me for 1 second. Sorry, that's what I get for going for a walk at lunch. Anyway, you overwhelm a target with large volumes of ICMP echo requests, pings. They don't work anymore. UDP floods do work. Sending excessive UDP packets with spoof source IP addresses to overwhelm a system. That can also cause a denial of service condition for the spoofed address, potentially, if you're only spoofing one address. Buffer overflow attack. A buffer overflow attack is, the analogy would be attempting to put 10 pounds of garbage into a 5-pound garbage bag. You're going to spill outside the garbage bag onto the kitchen floor or garage floor or whatever. All right. In an application, you're forcing the application to accept more data than the memory buffer can handle, overwriting adjacent memory. If that adjacent memory is executable, the attacker runs arbitrary code or remote code, same thing. It's just whether it's local or comes remotely. Can cause crashes, evade detection systems, especially if it's done through fragmented traffic. A reflected denial of service attack uses a spoofed source IP address, the victim, to send requests to multiple servers, which then all respond to the victim. And there's different variants of this. Network time protocol reflection, a small query could trigger a large response, like the list of systems that connected to it. DNS amplification attack, small DNS query results in replies up to 8 times larger, etc. There's a new one that's a distributed reflective denial of service attack. This one is a bit more, it's a type of amplified attack, but it involves 3 parties, not just the attacker and the victim. There are reflectors. So the attacker initiates the attack with spoofed addresses, sending requests to multiple reflector servers that are legitimate servers responding to requests, DNS, network time protocol, etc. Those requests use the victim's IP address as the source. The reflector servers then respond to what they believe is the victim, and the victim receives a flood of responses they never requested. All right. They're effective because they achieve amplification. The response traffic is much larger than the initial requests. All right. Network time protocol amplification in this scenario can reach an amplification ratio of 200 to 1. All right. SNMP, simple network management protocol, 650 to 1. Okay. So yeah, this is nasty. All right. Anyway. Okay. So resource exhaustion, we could just consume all the critical resources until the target application can no longer function. A permanent denial of service attack, often known as a flashing, spelled with a PH. We can corrupt system firmware, rendering devices inoperable, bricking them, or hardware devices that have firmware. Okay. All right. Botnets and distributed denial of service attacks. A botnet is a network of compromised computers, bots, zombies, drones, whatever you want to call them, controlled remotely by an attacker known as a bot herder through a command and control C2 network. Bots can be used for large-scale malicious attacks, spam distribution, credential theft, cryptocurrency mining, and of course, distributed denial of service attacks. With a distributed denial of service attack, the traffic is originating from those bots, those zombies across different networks, making it far more difficult to mitigate than a single source denial of service attack, and can overwhelm large, well-defended networks with sheer volume. All right, what you really need is a CDN in front of you, a content distribution network, or for your web applications, like Cloudflare. All right. The largest DDoS attack occurred about 3 months ago. 7.3 terabits per second against Cloudflare. They stood up and you had no idea it even happened. All right. Basically, the attack only lasted 45 seconds. 37.4 terabytes of data were delivered during the attack, coming from 122,000 source IP addresses from 161 countries. This was basically a UDP flood. All right. But you didn't notice, and you're not going to. Okay. At any rate. What else do I want to say? That's pretty much it. All right. Use Cloudflare or a specialized provider for DDoS protection and traffic filtering. Configure your perimeter defenses to limit the impact. Reduce half-open TCP connection timeout times, lower thresholds for dropping excessive ICMP or protocol-specific traffic, and have contingency plans to restore essential services somewhere else if primary systems are unavailable. Business continuity planning. All right. Now, how do attackers evade DDoS countermeasures? Well, it's challenging, especially when there's large botnets involved. Modern botnet operators typically run them as commercial services, renting out attack capabilities at low cost to anyone with a target. Traditional defenses like load balancing and IP filtering offer very limited protection. A sufficiently large enough globally distributed botnet can overwhelm pretty much any organization. All right. I mean, I think it was in 2003 or 4, Google, Microsoft, Yahoo, all the big boys were taken down by DDoS attacks. All right. And they had what we would have considered sufficient bandwidth at the time. All right. Now, attackers can also bypass countermeasures by generating legitimate looking traffic. All right, now the author here mentions the slash dot effect. Slash dot, for those of you who don't know, slash dot org, okay, is a very old school, I don't even want to call it a blog, news aggregator website, user driven. But back in the day, it was the site to go to, news for nerds. So when something new and exciting came out, essentially the slash dot effect would be a sudden surge of genuine users, and today it would come from social media, but overloading a site. It's unintentional, but malicious actors can also exploit that as a smokescreen to trigger an outage without using any conventional attack tools. Okay. Now, do we have tools to perform these? Yes. Okay. Should you perform them during a penetration test? No. These are gross. I could teach your grandma how to use hoik, loik, or zoik in about 10 seconds. Okay. So she's mad at Michaels because they don't have the yarn she wants for crocheting. We could put low orbit ion cannon and start generating huge volumes of TCP traffic or UDP traffic to try and overwhelm their website. This is no skill. Okay. Now, there's a couple of them that, while I don't like these attacks, they're kind of ingenious. Are You Dead Yet? Or Rudy, that exploits HTTP post requests with very long form field submissions that are kind of incomplete to tie up the web server connection. Slow Loris will hold current HTTP connections, sending data ridiculously slowly to consume web server resources without ever sending a complete request. And Tor's Hammer is another attack tool designed to be run through the Tor network for anonymity, similar to Slow Loris. But making the connection and opening the session and then dribbling the data so slowly that you consume all the connections, that took a little bit of thinking. It's not just a brute force. All right, anyway. So more lab for you when we get to it in a few minutes. Let's talk now about trends in mobile security. All right, and we'll assess the impact of threats to mobile security. Trends in mobile security. Well, I mentioned this yesterday. A phone or a tablet, or phones especially, are becoming the primary computing device for most people. Mobile devices, in some cases, can replace a traditional desktop for work. I was actually really upset with Microsoft, especially now that they have the ARM-based laptops going out with the Snapdragon Elite X CPUs. I mean, I bought one because I broke my tablet that I use when I'm teaching remotely for running my PowerPoint sessions. So it was like a little 11-inch HP tablet PC, technically a notebook, but that's all I ever used it for. They don't have those anymore, and I've been using those for variants of those for about 10 years. So I was like, okay, I'll grab this little 14-inch Copilot Plus PC because it's cheap enough. It's got 16 gigs of RAM and a Snapdragon Elite X CPU. I'll be damned if that thing isn't the best computer I've ever owned. I swear, in a lot of cases, for a lot of things, it actually outperforms my Xeon desktop with 128 gigs of RAM. It's that good. I mean, how would you like to just open the lid and it just starts working? There's no boot up. It doesn't have to, oh, I went to sleep too far and I got to do a partial boot process. No, it's just there like your phone. All right. So Microsoft abandoning the Windows Phone now that we're getting this class of processor, and they were working on what they called, I think it was called Continuum, where you could dock your Windows Phone, connect it to keyboard, mouse, monitors, and you had a full working desktop. But anyway, maybe they'll come back to it. Well, they're a different company now. All right. Anyway, they don't care anymore. Let's put it that way. All right. So one major trend is bring your toys to work. I mean, bring your own device where employees can use their personal mobile devices for work alongside or instead of company issued equipment. BYOD can improve productivity and convenience, but it introduces security challenges, legal challenges, compliance challenges, etc. Personal devices are outside direct organizational control, even really if you're using mobile device management. Okay. Makes it harder to manage risks, enforce policies, and ensure consistent security configurations. I will not enroll my device, my personal device, in BYOD because they can restrict it. Bite me. It's my device. I'm going to do whatever I want with it. All right. I had one that was trying to prevent me from using like third-party app stores. Sorry, I need third-party app stores because, I can't get hacking tools on my phone through Google Play that I use in penetration tests. All right. Anyway, or just for fun at the airport. I'm kidding. All right. Some organizations ban BYOD, but it's not really practical to do so. Some other companies say, okay, we'll give you a corporate-owned mobile device, corporate-owned business only, or corporate-owned personally enabled that the organization fully manages, which is an alternative. And look, if you want me to carry another phone to have a phone, I'll do that. Maybe. I'm going to forget it a lot. That's all I'm going to say. All right. Now, wireless threats. All right. Wireless networks do face multiple attack vectors that can compromise confidentiality, integrity, and availability. One direct threat is wireless password cracking, which uses brute force or dictionary attempts online to guess the network key. Does not work against WPA3. All right. Because that involves actually collecting some of the setup information for the access point. All right. But weak passwords, outdated encryption, lack of account lockout after failed attempts increase vulnerability. All right. WPA2 back, well, it's about 8 years ago now, was at risk because of vulnerabilities like the key reinstallation attack, which exploited a flaw in WPA2's four-way handshake by forcing the client to reinstall the encryption key, resetting the nonce, the number used once, the initialization vector, and enabling replay attacks. That's been fixed. Okay. And honestly, it took WPA2 came out in 2004. So it took over 13 years to find that vulnerability. All right. If it's not using protected management frames, which were first made available in 2011, then yeah, you can use a Wi-Fi pineapple, a rogue access point to de-auth the clients and force them to connect to your malicious access point. But nobody is selling you a router or hasn't sold you a router in over a decade that hasn't used protected management frames. Okay, anyway, that's all I'm saying. All right. WPA3 is unbreakable at this point in time. All right. Now, what about denial of service attacks? Yeah, I can overwhelm the frequency ranges with a jammer. That works. Okay. There was a frag attack in 2021 that exploited protocol flaws rather than implementation errors. At any rate, that again has been fixed. There are no known open flaws with wireless. All right. Now, what are the threats with BYOD, with bring your own device, with bring your toys to work? Deperimeterization. We talked about that yesterday. Data can leave your organization. It's outside your organization. If employees are working off-site and if personal devices aren't properly secured, data can be exposed. Remote access points also become critical security controls. Unpatched and insecure devices. Personal devices may run outdated software. Lack security updates, have no anti-malware protection. Well, there is no anti-malware protection other than what's built into the operating system, because these don't work exactly the same way as computers. Your applications are sandboxed. They can't get out of the sandbox. Antivirus is included in that. There's no exception to get low-level access to the operating system. If you look up antivirus in Google Play, it'll tell you everything it does except for antivirus. Okay, it does a little bit, but only with areas of the device that you can access directly. Okay, unless you plug your phone into the computer and you can view the hidden directories and things like that. All right, only the user-facing directories. That's all it can access. All right. Strained infrastructure, increased devices can overload network capacity. I don't really think that's an issue, but it's a possibility. Incident response teams can face legal and technical challenges in performing forensic analysis on personally owned devices, limiting the effectiveness of investigations. Typically, if you're using endpoint management or mobile device management, there's a company app, on the device. All right. All I have to do is hold it down for 10 seconds and delete it. It's no longer a managed device. And if you want access to my device, get a warrant. No. Okay. So that does limit the effectiveness of investigations. I don't have to turn over my personal device for your investigation. And then we have to worry about lost or stolen devices if devices lack encryption. Now, luckily, iOS devices are encrypted as long as you have a passcode. What about Android devices? Not so much. They have file level encryption, but they don't have device level encryption. It's too slow. All right. Samsung, I do think, has device level encryption, though, with Samsung Knox. All right. So what are some specific threats to mobile platforms? Android, the real risk is running, and the same with iOS. I've had people come up to me and say, I'm having a problem. I can't install this application. I look at it and you're running a version of iOS that's been unsupported for 5 years. Go buy a new phone. Leave me alone. Same with Android. Oh, nothing works on this phone. It's really slow. Yeah, go buy a new phone. Your phone's 5 years old. It hasn't had an update in 3 years. Android has a large market share. It's the largest market share. Samsung is the largest at that. But we do have to worry about users running outdated, unpatched versions of the operating system, installation of apps from third-party app stores, which are more likely to distribute malicious software, or side-loaded apps. Rooting the device grants, root privileges that malware can exploit. And there's a number of common attacks: premium rate SMS, call fraud, browser hijacking, privilege escalation. Stick with Google Play. iOS, it's more restrictive, but there are vulnerabilities, especially on jailbroken devices, which allows you to install applications from third-party app stores and sideload apps. All right, again, increasing exposure to malware. The solution is mobile device management, where you can prevent all of that from occurring, or endpoint management today. Some infrastructure hacking tools that we have. Andacid is an Android application for performing denial of service attacks. SpoofTooth is a Bluetooth spoofing tool, clones Bluetooth device name, class, and address information, impersonating trusted devices. Droidbox, that's an analysis tool for Android apps monitoring runtime behaviors, read-write applications, network activity, etc. APK Inspector is for reverse engineering and analyzing application packages, allowing for code review, permission analysis, vulnerability discovery, injecting malicious code and repackaging it. Sure. AndroRat is Android remote administration tool that can remotely control an Android device, access files, retrieve contacts, monitor your communications. And of course, Burp Suite, it's a web vulnerability scanner and proxy tool. It can intercept and modify traffic between mobile apps and backend servers. Sure. All right. So more lab, we'll get onto that in a minute. I'm trying. I was hoping for at least 45 minutes today. We'll get sometime today, sometime tomorrow. All right. Let's talk about cloud security. This is very short. All right. Cloud computing enables access to data and applications from essentially any location while abstracting the underlying storage systems and locations through virtualization. Now, that abstraction, while it's convenient, reduces your control over the infrastructure and introduces a number of unique security risks. A single cloud service provider may host resources for multiple customers. That makes it a high-value target. Even a minor compromise can expose sensitive information from multiple tenants. Sure. Okay. Cloud environments rely heavily on APIs for integration and management. If they're misconfigured or vulnerable, those can be exploited to compromise the connection between the customer and the provider, or between customers, or between components in an application. Attackers can exploit the elasticity of the cloud for malicious purposes. I mentioned this earlier. Rapidly scaling computing resources for password cracking and launching distributed denial of service attacks. The distributed virtualized nature of cloud infrastructure complicates forensic investigations. Critical evidence can be spread across multiple virtual machines, storage systems, geographic regions, which makes incident reconstruction, well, challenging. Okay. And attackers can combine services from multiple providers to mask their activity. All right. Using compute instances from AWS, storage from Azure, communications relays from Google services. Distributing attack components across varied platforms and jurisdictions increases operational resilience for the attacker and difficulty in tracing their activities and stopping them. All right. Now, not to mention that virtualized environments make, well, forensic analysis difficult. We'll talk about that. All right. So what are some threats to virtualized environments? Okay. The first one I'm going to come back to. Privilege escalation or elevation. If an attacker gains elevated privileges within a virtualized environment, they can perform administrative actions on the host and all the hosted VMs. Modifying configurations, accessing sensitive data, installing malicious software. Live virtual machine migration can be exploited, which allows a virtual machine to move between physical hosts without any downtime. Without secure authentication and integrity checks, attackers can hijack that to move VMs to systems that they control, or to overload a target in a denial of service attack. We also have to worry about data remnants, okay? Virtual machines can leave recoverable residual data on storage media after deletion attempts. Because the storage is abstraction, deletion inside the VM doesn't fully sanitize the data from the underlying physical medium. That's true. The risk is heightened during deprovisioning. Remnants from previous tenants could be exposed to new users. Yes, but the stuff inside your tenant is encrypted. So it's encrypted remnants. You're not going to unlock it. Not today. Early days, yes. Okay. Now, VM escape, and this applies to virtualization hosts on premises as well. This occurs when an attacker exploits a vulnerability in the virtual machine to break out of the guest operating system and directly interact with the hypervisor. That's going to allow the host operating system and other VMs, allow access to the host operating system and other VMs on the same host. So it's one of the most critical risks in virtualization security. It's also basically impossible. All right. It's not impossible. It's not possible. It's impossible. You really just can't do it. Okay. When people think about virtualization, typically the first company that comes to mind is VMware, because they were the first ones to popularize it commercially on x86 and later x64 architectures. Okay. And everybody else was quick into the game. There were other companies. Microsoft bought one of them, which eventually became Hyper-V. Citrix Zen Server, kernel-based virtual machines, Beehive. Okay. But the hypervisor, the concept of virtualization, it's a lot older than you think. It doesn't date to 1999 with VMware. All right. It dates back to 1967. All right. So hippies running around smoking weed and protesting the Vietnam War. Okay. That's how long ago it was. All right. The first virtualization platform ran on, was it OS 360? No. Control Program Cambridge Monitor System was the operating system, which ran on IBM. I'm trying to think. System 360s from the System 360s from 1967. All right. It's one of the oldest, most studied pieces of software that exists. Have there been VM escape vulnerabilities? And I'm going to answer that truthfully, and I'm going to say yes. Okay. They've all been found by security researchers. I don't think there was ever one in the wild. I may be mistaken about that. There might have been one 15 or 20 years ago with VMware. But no. All right. All of these have been fixed and patched before anybody in the world ever knew about them. All right. I mean, I've seen the proof of concept code, and it could theoretically work on an unpatched system. All right. But no. All right. Not on a modern, and I'm not saying it could never happen either. It could. All right. But not on a modern hypervisor. All right. Anyway, that's my personal opinion. It's more likely, again, that there's a tribe of monkeys in my garage building an intergalactic spaceship than an attacker exploiting a VM escape attack. All right. Anyway. All right. Threats to big data. All right. So what is big data? All right. Big data is data that's large and complex, and well, it's too big because of its scale, complexity, its heterogeneous nature, to be managed by traditional management tools. What do we have to worry about? Breach of privacy. Large-scale storage is going to contain significant volumes of personal or organizational data. A single breach could result in the compromise of massive amounts of information, amplifying the potential impact of data theft. Privilege escalation. Inadequate access controls can allow users to access data beyond their authorization level. Without fine-grained access control and proper data segmentation, confidentiality is going to be at risk. Repudiation. The volume and complexity of the data makes effective logging, monitoring, and change tracking difficult. So if you don't have non-repudiation measures in place, malicious actors can alter and delete data, deny responsibility. And then there's forensic complications. Well, since big data environments aggregate unstructured, semi-structured, and structured data from multiple sources, it makes incident response and forensic investigations challenging because it's difficult to ensure evidence integrity, maintain chain of custody, and perform consistent analysis across the different formats. Oh, it's entertaining. Okay. All right, so cloud infrastructure hacking tools. Well, cloud infrastructure attacks are going to exploit the unique characteristics of the environment and the scale of cloud computing resources. So attacks can be directed against cloud hosting services or launched from within the cloud against other targets. All right. So attackers may use, evasive and armored malware engineered to evade detection in a virtualized cloud environment. Web applications that are hosted in the cloud can be heavily promoted, integrated into customer workflows. That increases their exposure to attacks like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, application programming interface abuse. Organizations incorrectly assume cloud services are inherently secure. They're not. You're responsible for security as well. The cloud being used as an attack platform for cloud-based distributed denial of service attacks, malware hosting and distribution, password cracking, anything you can think of. Okay. And attackers can run automated scripts, register thousands of accounts on a cloud service provider, especially those with free tiers, weak sign-up controls. Those accounts can then be centrally controlled, performing coordinated attacks without traditional botnet infrastructure. Cloud services, because of their scale, elasticity, and accessibility, all right, can magnify the effectiveness of traditional attack tools and make attribution more difficult for defenders. All right. So this just shows you an example. Now, there are some specific attack and abuse tools that are available for the cloud, but the cloud is just somebody else's server. I know the marketing, okay, for the cloud. The cloud is a magical land filled with rainbows and leprechauns with pots of gold and rivers of honey and beer and lollipop trees and unicorns that poop cheeseburgers. Okay. It's a wonderful, magical land. The reality is it's still a server infrastructure, however abstracted it is. So we can use a lot of the existing tools like Burp Suite for web vulnerability scanning. Okay. But we do have specific attack tools like CloudSploit, which can scan for misconfigurations in AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud environments. Scout Suite does basically the same thing. Paku, which is an AWS exploitation framework for post-exploitation, privilege escalation, and data exfiltration. Microburst is a PowerShell toolkit targeting Azure misconfigurations. CloudJack can exploit misconfigured DNS entries in cloud environments for subdomain hijacking and others. There's plenty of tools out there for that. All right. All right. So it took a little bit longer than I thought, but well, we still have some time for the lab. All right. So we've only got 30 minutes. So I will put the lab timer up for 30 minutes. We'll have more time tomorrow. We're basically, except I wanted you to have about 30 more minutes of lab time. We're basically as caught up as I need to be for the remainder of the week. So we're in great shape for tomorrow. All right. So 30 minutes on the clock, get your labs fired up. I'm going to check in with you before we leave and let you know what tomorrow's agenda is. And otherwise, good luck, have fun, and I'll see you in 30 minutes. All right, everybody, that's going to wrap it up for today. One more lab time tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about analyzing post attack techniques. So we'll talk about command and control techniques, persistence, lateral movement, data exfiltration, anti-forensics. That's fun. And assessing the organization's security posture. So we'll talk about auditing, vulnerability management, assessing vulnerabilities, and actually we'll get into a little bit of conducting some penetration testing. Not too many details on that, but well, we get a little bit anyway. All right, so that should be a little fun. All right, so that's the agenda for tomorrow. That's it. Excellent day today. We're going to pick it up again tomorrow, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You guys have a great rest of your evening, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.